In the heart of the dry season, a shallow pool remains, and with it, an armored survivor. A golden shadow draws near. The lioness senses an opportunity. But what lies before her is no fish. It is a mobile fortress. Its hard shell is sealed every angle, a sharp rebuke. The first strike. Teeth meet with unyielding shell. The terrapin retreats heavy and obstinate. The lioness changes her angle. Jaws clamp down. With every bite, the prize sinks deeper. Every effort of the predator slips from the carapace's edge. One final look. The pride concedes. The armor stirs and silently swims away. But the one that makes itself invulnerable. In this swamp, it is not the strongest that survives. The two most prominent rivers are the Klamo River and the Smith River, two important transportation routes that originate from the northern mountains and flow through valleys shaded by towering redwood trees. Here, the land, forests and water intertwine, creating a complex ecosystem that provides an ideal environment for countless species of wildlife and aquatic plants. Smith River, known as the cleanest river in California, stretches for 40 miles and is the only major river in its natural state without any dams. This river provides a favorable environment for Chinook salmon and coho salmon to spawn each season. They return, swimming upstream for hundreds of miles from the Pacific Ocean to continue their life cycle. Meanwhile, the Clouth River, which is 263 miles long, is one of the largest rivers in the state and plays an important role in sustaining the population of Chinook salmon, a prominent fish species that can weigh up to 66 pounds and reach lengths of up to 5 feet. Chinook salmon is not only a migratory species, but also an essential part of the food chain. Their powerful journey from the sea into the rivers to spawn fulfills their mission. After completing this task, their bodies become a valuable source of nutrients for the forest ecosystem. Waterfowl and countless invertebrate species rely on this source of nutrition to survive. The presence of Chinook salmon is significant not only for the aquatic ecosystem, but also for the redwood forests, as it helps sustain the natural life cycle of predators such as bald eagles and various species of beavers, which rely on these rivers for hunting. In addition to Chinook salmon, the rivers and streams in the redwood forest are home to many native species, such as rainbow trout and freshwater mussels. These species continue to play a crucial role in maintaining biodiversity, creating a delicate and intricate web of connections within this ecosystem. If you paddle along the rivers in Redwood National and State Parks, you will likely see a North American river otter, scientifically known as Lontra canadensis, gliding just a few steps away from you. Their vision has been perfectly adapted to help them survive in this fascinating world. The otters in the wetlands of the Redwood River not only have nearly blurred vision on land, but they are also one of the most fascinating and essential species for the ecosystem in this area. With its lush green canopies and abundant aquatic vegetation, this area provides ideal conditions for otters to live and hunt. Shallow waters teeming with small fish, crabs and various crustaceans become a rich feast for river otters. Furthermore, aquatic plants not only provide a safe shelter, but also serve as a place where otters protect their young from dangerous predators. The North American river otter, with its remarkable adaptability, is a master at surviving in the seasonally changing ecosystem of redwood. In the summer, when salmon and many other fish species are spawning, they take full advantage of this prime time to hunt for food. Young fish, such as salmon and rainbow trout, become ideal food sources in rivers and streams, making up as much as 70% of an otter's diet. With webbed feet and a powerful tail, otters can swim at speeds of up to 7 miles per hour. Their tails are between 30 and 40 centimeters long, accounting for about 40% of their total body length, which helps them move gracefully across the water and maintain balance on land. They can also hold their breath for 4 to 8 minutes, allowing them to dive deep to hunt for prey beneath the surface of the water. When diving, their heart rate decreases, helping to conserve oxygen and extend the time spent underwater. Although otters have good near vision, they possess a transparent layer of eyelids, known as the nictitating membrane, which protects their eyes from dirt while swimming. Their long and thick whiskers, known as vibrissae, help detect the movement of fish and small creatures in fast-flowing water or on the riverbed. With their agility and flexible swimming abilities, otters can chase prey through the currents, catching small fish that are hiding among the rocks. The North American river otter plays an important role in maintaining the ecological balance at redwood national and state parks. They not only feed on fish and invertebrates in rivers and streams, but also help control the populations of these species, preventing overgrowth and preserving biodiversity. As top predators, otters are also a crucial link in the food chain, as they eat fish and invertebrates while also becoming prey for larger predators such as coyotes and bald eagles. At the beginning of autumn, when the leaves start to don their golden hues, the North American river otters witness the arrival of skilled natural architects, the beavers. From September to November, they began constructing the great dams within the grounds of the Redwood National and State Parks, before winter arrived with its freezing temperatures. As the raindrops begin to fall and the stream starts to freeze, the beavers spring into action with remarkable speed to prepare for the harsh winter ahead. This is the ideal time for us to build dams, creating reservoirs that help maintain water levels. When water sources become scarce, these dams not only allow beavers to store water, but also ensure that their families have a stable water supply year-round, along with food during the scarce winter months. North American beavers are remarkable ecological engineers, building dams from branches, small logs, leaves, and mud. They usually choose areas with slow to moderate water flow to begin their work. With its saw-like sharp teeth, the beaver gnaws on tree trunks and drags branches to the construction site. They intertwine the branches together to create a sturdy structure, then use mud and small stones to fill the gaps to prevent water from flowing through. The result is a sturdy dam that not only holds water but also creates a stable habitat for beaver families and many other species. A dam built by a common beaver typically has a height ranging from 3 to 6 feet and can extend from 30 to 328 feet, depending on the size of the stream or river. Like an architect of nature, the North American beaver not only creates a home for itself, but also generates a source of life for a comprehensive ecosystem. The dams they build are natural wonders, capable of completely transforming the flow of a small stream into a reservoir or a vast wetland. According to the Smithsonian Institution, beaver dams can increase the area of water by up to 10 times compared to the original flow, creating a rich habitat that supports biodiversity in the region. In addition to fish, the dams also create wetlands that provide habitat for amphibians such as the California red-legged frog, as well as waterfowl like herons, mallard ducks, and grebes. These wetlands have helped increase the population of red-legged frogs by 15 to 20%, while also attracting many migratory bird species to nest and breed. Although the area is smaller compared to dry forests, the wetlands in redwood play a crucial role in regulating water flow, storing carbon, and supporting a variety of plant and animal species. These wetlands function as natural reservoirs, retaining large amounts of rainfall and filtering water before it flows into rivers and streams. Wetland areas along the river not only provide protection, but also create a rich ecological forum for wildlife. From the story of nature's engineers to the powerful impact of beaver dams on the environment, we not only witness the marvels of this species, but also gain a deeper understanding of their crucial role in maintaining the balance of the ecosystem. Through the diligence, intelligence, and building skills of the beaver, we can see the power of nature in its ability to self-repair and create habitats for countless species. Forests not only play a role in protecting against floods, but also provide a safe haven for many amphibian species and water birds such as herons, ducks, and grebes, creating a diverse and rich ecosystem. The cormorant, scientifically known as Phyllococcorax or itus, is commonly found near large waterways such as Smith River and Klamo River. They use excellent diving skills to hunt fish with lengths ranging from 28 to 35 inches and a wingspan of about 4 feet 3 inches. These birds stand out with their glossy black feathers and 2 crests on their heads, symbolizing majesty. During each breeding season, the cormorant typically builds its nest in the tree canopies or on cliff faces, near calm water areas, to easily search for food. About 90% of their diet consists of fish, including juvenile salmon, rainbow trout and carp, as well as invertebrates like crabs and snails. The double-crusted cormorant possesses the ability to dive with agility. It can dive as deep as 25 feet and swim underwater in a zigzag pattern, using its webbed feet to enhance its hunting capabilities. With eyes adapted to low light, the cormorant easily hunts prey even in dark waters. Each dive lasts from 30 seconds to 1 minute, and when they surface, they often have a fish caught in their beak, which they swallow quickly. Every day, a pair of cormorants consumes between 1.1 and 1.6 pounds of fish, providing the necessary energy to survive in the harsh environment of the river. The attitude of standing tall and the habit of spreading their wings to bask in the sun after each dive, the cormorant embodies a symbol of resilience and survival skills. Their presence plays an important role in maintaining the ecological balance of the river system in the redwood forest. High up in the tree canopies or shrubs near the water, the great blue heron, scientifically known as Ardea herodias, builds its nest. Their nests are large, measuring up to 5 feet in diameter, made from branches and leaves, sturdy amidst the majestic beauty of nature. As the largest water bird in North America, the great blue heron can reach a body length of up to 4.2 feet, weigh between 5.5 and 7.9 pounds, and has an impressive wingspan ranging from 6 to 7 feet. Regarded as a model of grace and patience, the great blue heron stands out along the streams and wetlands in the Redwood National and State Parks. They are patient and powerful hunters, dominating the shallow waters in the wilderness of the redwood forest, serving as a symbol of the strength of nature. The large green heron, with its patience and strength in building its nest, reminds us of the importance of perseverance and effort in life to achieve great accomplishments. Like calm hunters, the great blue heron embodies the beauty of tranquility and focus, teaching us that sometimes serenity and mindfulness are the keys to overcoming challenges. In the majestic beauty of nature, the great blue heron is not just a bird. It is also a symbol of the harmony between strength and grace, reminding us of the connection between humanity and the natural world. Among them is a relative of the great blue heron, Nyctiax, a species of waterbird belonging to the genus Nyctictorax. They are commonly found along the riverbanks and wetlands in Redwood Park, with a body length ranging from 55 to 65 centimeters and a wingspan of about 3 feet. Nyctiax is recognized by its light gray fur, white belly, and distinctive black head. One interesting thing about this species of heron is that they often hunt at night. With their keen, large eyes, they have the ability to see in the dark, making it easy to catch their prey. Their hunting time usually occurs from dusk until dawn, when fish, insects, and amphibians are no longer on guard and are easily hunted. Similar to the great blue heron, Nyctiax employs the strategy of being still and patient. They stood still or moved slowly through the shallow water, waiting for prey to swim nearby. When the moment is right, they will suddenly plunge their beaks into the water, capturing their prey with remarkable accuracy. This hunting method not only helps conserve energy, but also enhances their hunting efficiency, achieving a success rate of up to 50 to 60%. Running along the west coast of the United States, Redwood National and State Parks stand out with their temperate rainforests. This is one of the most unique and rich ecosystems in the world. The height from sea level to the peak of Canyon Dam is 102 meters. This ecosystem provides a range of different microclimates, resulting in diverse ecological conditions. The temperate rainforest at Redwood is characterized by a humid climate, combining abundant rainfall with thick fog from the Pacific Ocean. The average annual rainfall ranges from 1,800 to 2,500 millimeters. However, it is the summer fog that plays a crucial role in providing the necessary moisture for plants during the prolonged dry season. Thanks to the fog, the giant sequoias, characteristic symbols of the park, still stretch toward the sky even as the rainfall decreases. As the sun continues to beat down on the arid savanna, the blue wildebeest begin to move, embarking on a challenging journey. Each year, as the rains end and the grasslands are depleted, the herds move from the low, arid areas in the north and northeast of the park. They head towards the Musangashi floodplain, the last place that retains its green color and a few remaining pools. As the nutrients begin to run out, the wildebeest are forced to change their feeding habits. Although they prefer short grass, in the dry season they resort to eating even the less nutritious low-lying plants. The shape of the blue wildebeest clearly reflects its survival journey, with a muscular forechest and well-developed muscles to serve its long journeys. Its silvery coat, a mix of grey and brown, helps it to blend into the landscape and reduce the impact of the Sunday. The blue wildebeest possesses a sophisticated communication system to maintain stability in an ever-changing environment. They live in large herds, forming a network of keen reflexes where each individual observes, analyzes, and acts based on the surrounding signals. Scientists call this phenomenon swarm intelligence, a natural mechanism that helps them react to danger. The plains zebra is the most numerous zebra in Africa, found mainly in the extensive grasslands, savannas, and open woodlands. Their characteristic appearance makes the plains zebra the most recognizable image of the African savanna. The black and white stripes that cover the body of each individual have a unique pattern, with no two being exactly alike. Researchers suggest that these stripes help to regulate temperature and also contribute to disorienting blood-sucking insects. On the Lechwe plain, the plains zebra lives in stable small groups, which include a dominant stallion, a few mares, and their young. In the dry season, the zebra herds move frequently to access areas that still have water and young grass. When threatened by a predator, the plains zebra relies not only on its running speed, but also on a collective reflex to escape. When an individual spots danger and starts to flee, a chain reaction immediately spreads, causing the entire herd to act in unison. Equipped with strong legs, the zebra can reach a top speed of up to 40 miles per hour when fleeing a predator. The lion had completely disappeared by the end of the 20th century in the Zambian plains. Alone on the savanna, Lady Lechwe was a symbol of the Lechwe Plains' loss of this species. But from those solitary steppes, a new generation of lions has returned. Their story marks the spectacular comeback of the lion in this place. As a species with a unique social structure, the lion lives in prides, usually consisting of 1 to 2 adult males, a few related females, and their cubs. Unlike most other big cats, lions have developed the ability to hunt cooperatively and defend their territory. In the dry season, when the food chain narrows, the lion relies not only on its strength, but also on its strategy. Prey like the plains zebra, the blue wildebeest, or even the buffalo are all viable targets if the ambush is executed at the right time. Not everyone knows that the lionesses are the main force in the strategic hunts. They cooperate in silence, approaching the prey from multiple angles. Some advance through the tall grass, others circle around to the front, waiting for the moment to block the escape route. Biologically, the lion is the second largest cat in the world, after the tiger. The male bears a large mane, which is a symbol to attract mates and protect the neck in fights. Each failure in the hunt has a greater consequence. Prolonged hunger can threaten the entire pride, especially the young who cannot yet participate in the hunt. On the long, dry days, one of the most common sights on the dry grass is the slender, muscular silhouette of the tsessebe antelope. They are the fastest antelope in Africa, capable of reaching speeds of up to 56 miles per hour. That speed is not just a number, but the result of millions of years of evolution. Found mainly in open grasslands, sparsely wooded savannas, and seasonal wetlands, the tsessebe is present from Angola to Zambia, Botswana, and Namibia. During the dry months, when the water evaporates from the marshes, they move to areas that still have vegetation. Socially, the tsessebe lives in small groups of 6 to 20 individuals, usually led by a dominant male. The males choose high positions like termite mounds to watch over the females, establish a breeding area, and protect it from other rivals. Outside the breeding season, the herds tend to merge into larger groups or combine with the blue wildebeest herds to optimize their defense. The tsesebe's diet is focused on young grass, but when it is scarce in the dry season, they switch to consuming other plants of lower nutritional value. On the cracked earth, the delicate tracks of a cheetah are imprinted on the fine dust, leaving one of the few signs of one of the most solitary predators of the Lechwe plain. In the context of drought and increasing competition, the cheetah's journey of survival becomes a sharp portrait of a sophisticated evolutionary process. The cheetah is the fastest land animal, capable of reaching 65 miles per hour in just a few seconds, accelerating from 0 to 60 in about 3 seconds. Its long, flexible spine acts like a spring, increasing the length of each stride. Its long, slender legs act as precise levers. However, this speed is also a double-edged sword. Each hunt lasts less than a minute and rarely exceeds 1,000 feet, as maintaining such a high speed rapidly increases its body temperature. They are most active at dawn and dusk, taking advantage of the cooler hours and avoiding the presence of larger predators. Unlike many other carnivores, the cheetah rarely scavenges and almost never eats dead animals. In the world of big cats, the cheetah has a rather unique social structure. The females tend to be solitary, staying with their cubs only until they can fend for themselves. Currently, the total number of adult cheetahs in the wild is only about 6,500 individuals, concentrated mainly in Namibia, Botswana, and some protected areas. Unlike the cheetah, the African wild dog is one of the most highly social carnivores in the animal kingdom. Each individual possesses a unique coat with a mixture of black, yellow, tan, brown, and white spots, as if someone had splashed paint on their skin. These patterns function as identification within the pack, helping to maintain cohesion among the members while hunting in open terrains. With their large, round ears, they not only clearly perceive distant movements but also help to dissipate heat. Their social structure revolves around an alpha pair. Only the dominant male and female reproduce, while the entire pack cares for the cubs. This tight social cohesion has created the most effective hunting group in Africa, with a success rate that can reach 70 to 90%. You might not believe it, but this fact will surprise you. The coordination of the wild dog is even surprisingly democratic. Before starting a hunt, the pack will hold a social rally. Researchers have discovered that they vote on whether to start the hunt by sneezing. If enough dogs sneeze, especially the high-ranking ones, the whole pack will set off in unison. It is a democracy by olfaction. This is due to a collective tactic organized like a combat formation. Each individual plays a specific role, from chasing to cornering and blocking. The unity in the pack is not only demonstrated in hunting, but also in caring for the cubs and sharing food. This strategy is so effective that even the fastest prey has very little chance of escape, especially when the hunt takes place on an open terrain like the Lechwe Plain. The unity in the pack is not only demonstrated in hunting, but also in caring for the cubs and sharing food. It is the foundation of a sustainable social system where survival depends not only on individual strength, but also on the absolute sacrifice and cooperation among the members. The pack quickly established a new territory, adapted to the local prey, and has since recorded successful breeding. Their growing presence is like a gift of creation to those who have chosen to protect the wild and pristine nature of the Lechwe Plain. In the silent expanse of the dry season, a predator is still watching every movement from a height of hundreds of feet. A creature that exudes a cold and majestic presence, it is the martial eagle. Under the clear blue sky, its wings over 8 feet wide spread unhurriedly. The martial eagle is the largest eagle in Africa, with a body length of up to 38 inches and a weight that can reach 14 pounds. That imposing body comes with a grip in its talons capable of breaking a man's arm bone. However, what truly makes this bird's reputation is its extraordinary vision, a hunting advantage that is second to none. In the arid environment, the wide view in lure allows it to spot prey at a distance of up to 3.5 miles. When the moment comes, it dives at a speed of up to 100 miles per hour, extending its muscular legs like spears launched from the sky. The struggle for survival in the dry season depends not only on speed or strength, but also on endurance. With a low reproductive rate and a large territorial demand, even a small change in their environment can seriously affect their future in the wild. As the powerful dive of the martial eagle ends in the enveloping silence of the savanna, higher in the sky, the white-backed vulture appears silently, continuing a discreet but essential journey. Under the scorching sun that is turning the lure plain into a sea of dust, the persistent circles of this vulture reveal a different rhythm of life. The white-backed vulture is one of the largest and, in the past, most common vulture species in Africa. Its body is 31 to 38.5 inches long, with a wingspan of 6.5 to 7.5 feet, and it can weigh up to 16 pounds. Their characteristic white back, visible only when they spread their wings, along with their featherless head and neck, allow them to easily access carcasses and reduce the risk of infection. This bird has the ability to locate a dead body from very far away thanks to its sharp vision. In the dry season, when herbivores like the blue wildebeest or the plains zebra face a high mortality rate due to lack of water and exhaustion, the role of the white-backed vulture becomes extremely important. They often gather in large groups, sometimes of hundreds of individuals, and can completely clean the carcass of a medium-sized animal in less than an hour. Thanks to their extremely effective digestive system, they can decompose tissues containing bacteria and pathogens without being affected, contributing to preventing the spread of diseases. There was a time when their population was estimated at 270,000 individuals. But by 2024, this species had declined by more than 80% in the last 50 years and is now classified as critically endangered. The main causes come from poisoning, often from ingesting carcasses containing pesticides, veterinary drugs like diclofenac, or from being targeted in poisoning acts aimed at eliminating lions. As the storms return and the rains green the arid land, the Loire plain welcomes a cavalry in black, galloping across the savanna. Each heavy footstep of the African buffalo sinks deep into the soft earth, carrying the pulse of an entire ecosystem that operates on the strength of the herd and a forged memory. The African buffalo is the largest wild bovine still living in Africa, known for its nickname, the Black Death, due to its unpredictable temperament and aggressive reaction when attacked. An adult male can weigh from 1,920 to 1,985 pounds, with a shoulder height of up to 5.5 feet. Their characteristic curved horns merge to form a solid bone mass, which acts as a protective helmet in collisions and as a lethal weapon. Unlike many other herbivores that leave Loire in the rainy season, the African buffalo stay and move locally, moving laterally from the high areas to the young grasslands. Their special adaptation to the swampy and humid terrain allows them to maintain a stable food source without needing to migrate long distances. This change of location follows a directed movement pattern based on the spatial memory of the oldest individuals in the herd. The sense of smell plays a major role for the African buffalo in detecting water sources and perceiving danger from a distance. Recent studies indicate that they can detect the scent of a lion at a distance of over a mile, allowing them to quickly redirect the group. Although not excelling in sight or hearing, they compensate with a subtle awareness and the collective memory of the herd, maintaining a high level of vigilance. The social structure of this species is based on the coordination and strong cohesion among the individual. An African buffalo herd can have from a few dozen to over 300, led by experienced adults. When threatened, instead of dispersing, they immediately form a defensive formation. Their mass grazing helps to control the height of the vegetation, allowing terrestrial birds and small herbivores to access their food. In addition, the light compaction and tilling of the soil by their footsteps promote the regeneration of the grass and stimulate the growth of the soil microbiome. On the lush green carpet, a small antelope with curved horns thrives. With long, narrow hooves, the red lechwe moves gently on the soft mud, as if they were born to belong to this place. On their front legs, black stripes stand out like marks drawn by the hand of creation, helping them to recognize each other in the flooded grasslands. In Liwa, where water is not only a source of life but also the stage of every biological cycle, the red lechwe has about 700 individuals residing year-round. They do not migrate long distances like the blue wildebeest or the plains zebra, but they do make movements according to the changes in the depth and quality of the aquatic vegetation. The body of the red lechwe has an optimal biological structure for a semi-aquatic environment. An adult male can reach a height of 4 feet and weigh about 265 pounds. The females are slightly smaller. Their coat is covered with a natural oil that has a waterproofing effect and helps them to maintain their body temperature while submerged for hours in the cold, flooded areas. They also use the water as a living shield. When a predator pursues, the whole herd plunges into the deep water, taking advantage of their ability to swim and move quickly. In this way, they become a crucial link in the ecosystem of the flooded areas, regulating the biomass of the aquatic vegetation and creating safe corridors. With their agile bodies, they are a frequent prey for the king of the night. Without a deafening roar or extraordinary speed, the leopard survives through silence, persistence, and almost absolute precision. A solitary predator in a flooded land. According to the African Parks report of 2024, in Liuwa only a small number of leopards are recorded, distributed in the high areas and along the watercourses, not covered by dense vegetation. Although this population is only a few dozen individuals, it is enough to fulfill its role as an apex predator in the food chain, even in the rainy season. The rainy season in Liuwa brings both opportunities and challenges for the leopard. When the water spreads, the herds of blue wildebeest, zebras and red lechwe move to the grasslands that emerge from the water. However, this also means that the terrain becomes more complex and unstable. For the leopard, every step requires careful calculation. Unlike the lion, which is often limited in wet conditions, the leopard moves more easily thanks to its average weight of 88 to 154 pounds, depending on the sex. Without the need for long chases, the leopard often chooses to approach its prey from behind or from the flank, taking advantage of the bushes, the mounds, or even the sound of the rain to hide its movements. A precise leap at the neck or the nape of the neck is enough to take down its prey. In the rainy season, when the smell of blood is diluted and dispersed in the water, the ability to carry the prey up a tree becomes a vital factor. Carrying the prey up a tree not only protects it from scavengers, but also reduces the dispersion of the odor, avoiding attracting the attention of carnivorous birds or other predators. The rainy season also coincides with the breeding period. Although the leopard does not have a fixed mating season, the high humidity and the abundance of small prey create ideal conditions for reproduction. After mating, the female finds a tree hollow, a tall patch of grass, or an abandoned termite mound to give birth and raise her young in silence. Without a complex social system, the leopard is completely solitary. They do not share territory or food. Each individual marks its area of activity with urine, feces, and scratches. Despite not being numerous, the existence of the leopard here is a clear testament to its endurance. A silent, proud king who does not need the spotlight to hold his position. In the skies of the entire sub-Saharan African region, the African fish eagle is present in more than 35 countries. And in Zambia, it is considered the national emblem, representing freedom, strength, and an independent spirit. The image of the fish eagle soaring over the wetlands with the light reflecting on its white plumage is an inseparable part of the cultural and ecological perception of this region. When the water begins to rise and the fish swim upstream from the flooded channels, the African fish eagle becomes more visible than ever. It does not appear in large flocks, but silently chooses a high branch of an ancient tree on the bank, where the view is enough to follow every silver glint of the fish under the sunday. With a wingspan of up to 8 feet and a weight of 4.5 to 8 pounds, it is light enough to circle repeatedly in the sky, but strong enough to dive with millisecond precision. The structure of its feet is specially adapted to life on the river. Small, hook-shaped spines cover the soles of its feet, allowing it to hold on to slippery fish, not letting go even in flight. When it catches a prey, it can transport it for hundreds of feet to its nest without stopping. Its main diet is fish, but when the fish disperse or the water level rises to a point that reduces its ability to hunt below the surface, it switches to hunting waterfowl, turtles, and wild ducks. The rainy season is not only ideal for hunting, but also for nesting and breeding. The lifelong pair often returns to the same nest. And so, amidst the sound of the early season wind blowing over the reeds and the vibrating water, a silhouette with wide wings glides across the sky, carrying the millennial essence of a supreme predator that does not need to be noisy. The African fish eagle is not just a bird of prey. It is the silent embodiment of a nature that operates with precision and freedom. In the Lechwe Plain, about 45,000 blue wildebeest form the second largest migration in Africa, surpassed only by the Great Migration of the Serengeti Mara. With an instinct passed down from generation to generation, the blue wildebeest sense the change of season even before the first rain falls. They feel it in the humidity of the wind, the distant thunder, and even the changing hardness of the ground under their hooves. They are not in a hurry, but they are not slow either, because they know that that journey is not for wandering, but for surviving. This migration is not a random movement. It is a repeated annual cycle, where each stretch of road, each grassland, each waterhole has been memorized by previous generations. Crossing the low and marshy areas, they pass through the streams along about 155 miles in the Lechwe Plain. Although it is only a quarter of the cross-border route of the Serengeti, the journey of the wildebeest here is no less dangerous, always ready to face the predator. Sometimes, the herd splits into smaller groups to navigate safer routes, but eventually reunites when they reach the high areas in the middle of the plain. Each individual has a role in the collective safety of the herd. Without a clear leadership, they learn to watch each other. When one is in danger, the herd circles to protect the young in the center. Lechwe is not just a temporary refuge, but a place of rebirth. At the end of the rainy season, the breeding season begins. The females, with a gestation period of about 8.5 months, choose to give birth when the grasslands begin to dry. The young take only a few minutes after birth to stand up and walk, a crucial biological ability for a species that is always on the move. For them, there is no childhood, only a race against death. A newborn wildebeest can stand on its own feet in just 5 minutes and sprint with the herd in less than an hour after birth. Any delay means becoming a meal for the predators that are always lurking behind. With a clear ecological role, the blue wildebeest is like a tireless gardener of the grasslands. They eat the short grass, allowing the tall grass and the shrubs to grow elsewhere. The last breath of a wildebeest can feed the hyenas, the vultures, and even the land itself. From a faith perspective, that cyclical migration is not just instinct. With no other guide than the thirst for survival, they travel together for hundreds of miles, to the right place and at the right time, year after year. That miracle is like a whisper of God, silent but persistent, that guides life in a universe in constant motion. Nothing is random in the heart of Lechwe during the flood season, and for the blue wildebeest, each rainy season is a new chapter in their survival story. In the Lechwe Plain, as the rainy season arrives, the population of plains zebras significantly increases as herds from the park's edges gather in the central plains in search of new pastures. The The 2024 report by African Parks noted the presence of thousands of zebras in Lechwe, forming large groups that mingle with the blue wildebeest. Unlike the strategic endurance of the blue wildebeest, the zebra relies more on social organization and observation to survive. The plains zebra is of a medium size among the three zebra species. Its body is well proportioned with a short, strong neck. Its erect ears and long legs with a single hoof in the middle allow it to move quickly over the flooded terrain. An adult weighs from 485 to 660 pounds and is about 4 to 4.5 feet tall at the shoulder. When food is abundant and the plain is vast, many groups merge to form large herds to increase security and create a more powerful migratory mass. The cohesion in each group is maintained through mutual grooming, physical contact, and communication signals such as sounds and movements of the ears and tail. The end of the rainy season is also a crucial time for reproduction. The females usually have a gestation period of 12 to 13 months and choose this time to give birth. The young can stand up in a few minutes and follow their mothers shortly after, a crucial adaptation for a migratory lifestyle. If there is danger, the male protects them, walking last when moving or separating from the group to distract the predator. As is natural, the migration of such delicious prey as the blue wildebeest and the plains zebra always attracts hungry predators. The spotted hyena stalks throughout the journey. They are a carnivore species that has been present in Africa for millions of years. According to the fossils found, the ancestors of the spotted hyena have inhabited the grasslands since the Pliocene. Contrary to the popular belief that they are mainly scavengers, the 2025 research data shows that over 70% of their diet comes from active hunting. Recent behavioral studies show that the hunting success rate of the spotted hyena can reach up to 67% in certain conditions, even surpassing that of the lion. The strength of the spotted hyena comes mainly from its extremely powerful jaws, with a bite pressure averaging up to 110 pounds force per square inch. Thanks to a unique dental structure, they can break hard parts like large, long bones, horns, or hooves. The ability to almost completely digest the carcass, including the calcium-rich bones, gives it a crucial role in the ecosystem's nutrient recycling cycle. The hunting tactic of the hyena is highly adaptable. They can hunt alone, in pairs, or in small groups of 4 to 6 individuals. In special situations, such as when the wildebeest gather to give birth or migrate, they can form large groups of dozens to approach, isolate, and attack. In the Lechwe Plain, the current population of spotted hyenas is estimated at 200 to 300 individuals, living mainly in the high areas around the seasonal wetlands. Unlike migratory species like the wildebeest or the zebra, the hyena tends to operate in a stable range. When the rainy season arrives and the grasslands are flooded, the herbivores concentrate in the high areas, a time when the hyena can more easily take advantage of hunting opportunities. The social structure of the spotted hyena has a clear organization. Each clan can consist of up to 80 individuals with a strict hierarchy where the females dominate. The position in the pack depends not only on strength but also on lineage. The daughters of high-ranking individuals automatically occupy a privileged position. This social system ensures stability and coordination. Communication is an essential part of group life. They possess over 11 different sounds to transmit signals from a distance. The spotted hyena is one of the most versatile predators. They are present in all types of habitats, from open savannas to woodlands and semi-arid areas. Their varied eating habits and ability to take advantage of opportunities make them a dynamic hunter when conditions allow and a scavenger when necessary. The life of the spotted hyena in Liuwa during the rainy season is a clear testament to the constant adaptation in nature. In an ever-changing world, they survive thanks to their ability to read the environment, react quickly, and unite under a community structure. The first rains in the Liuwa plain not only quench the thirst of the land, but also create marshes. These natural water bodies are located mainly in the southern and central areas of the plain. At the peak of the rainy season, from December to January, these marshes can be several square miles wide, turning a once arid territory into a network of swamps and temporary lagoons. The appearance of these marshes plays an essential role in maintaining and promoting biodiversity in Liuwa. They provide an ideal habitat for many water birds, especially during the breeding and migration seasons. According to the most recent statistics, the Liuwa Plain is home to over 335 bird species, including some that are rare and in a vulnerable or threatened state. The rainy season marshes are made majestic by the pure white spots of the great white egret. With a slender silhouette like a statue amidst the gently rippling water, its radiant white plumage like a heavenly light, and its long black legs. From above, its slow flight with its shaped curved neck and a wingspan of up to 67 inches makes it stand out like silent sails floating on a deep blue sea. But behind that grace is a survival story based on adaptation and a hunting strategy perfected over millions of years of evolution. The great white egret is one of the largest members of the Ardidae family. It is believed that their ancestors appeared over 10 million years ago. In the marshes, it finds an ideal place to feed and reproduce. It appears alone or in pairs, moving silently in the shallow water. Unlike many noisy and dynamic predators, the great white egret prefers to stand still for many minutes, its eyes fixed on the slightest movement of its prey. When the moment comes, its yellow beak, like a spear, is launched at an extremely fast speed in a flash. Patience and precision make it one of the most effective hunters. This is a very adaptable species, and therefore does not depend on a single place. In the dry season, when the water recedes and the marshes disappear, some migrate to southern Africa or along the lake and river systems that have water. The grey-crowned crane is found mainly in eastern and southern Africa, from Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania to Zambia, Zimbabwe, and South Africa. In the Lechwe Plain, during the rainy season, it takes advantage of the marshes, the shallow pools formed by the heavy rains, to feed and reproduce. Its diet is very flexible, reflecting a great adaptability. From grass, seeds to worms, insects, frogs, small lizards, and even sometimes grains from the nearby agricultural fields. But it is not just for its diet that this bird leaves its mark. When the rain has raised the water high enough, it begins its breeding season with a ritual that is a pure artistic choreography. The head bowed, the wings powerfully spread, the body leaping and landing with an elegant bow. It is not simply a dance to attract a mate, but a way to strengthen the lifelong bond between the two members. The grey-crowned crane tends to form stable pairs who share the tasks of raising the young and defending the territory during the breeding season. Outside of that, they gather in flocks that can be up to 150 individuals, forming a social network with a high level of cooperation. Its seasonal movement pattern depends largely on the presence of water. It does not make long migrations like other crane species, but local movements that follow the flow of the water and the changing water levels of the marshes. Despite its striking appearance and its adaptability, the population of the grey-crowned crane is in significant decline. According to the 2024 data from BirdLife International, the number of adult individuals worldwide is estimated at 17,700 to 22,300. It is currently classified as endangered by the IUCN. This decline is mainly due to the loss of habitat, due to the conversion of agricultural land, the pollution of water sources, the depletion of wetlands, and illegal hunting. Maintaining the seasonal flood cycles and limiting human interference in the marshy areas will be key for this crowned bird to continue to be a part of the African rainy season symphony. A black and white plumage, as sharp as an engraving, long straight legs, and a bright red beak with a black streak like an ink stroke. It is the saddle-billed stork, one of the largest storks in Africa, present as an integral part of the seasonal flood picture. The average height of this species reaches 5 feet with a wingspan of about 8 feet. Each of its steps in the sparkling water combines elegance and precision. Its long beak, distinguished by a yellow saddle at the base, is not just an identifying feature but also a specialized hunting tool. With extremely sharp vision, it can detect the movement of its prey under the murky water and the muddy bottom. The saddle-billed stork is a specialized predator in the wetlands. It feeds mainly on fish, frogs, large insects, amphibians, and small reptiles. When it catches a large fish, it usually brings it to the bank and uses its beak to cut off the spiny fins before swallowing it whole from the head. This process is not rushed, but meticulous, as if every gesture is programmed by the flow of evolution. This species is widely distributed throughout sub-Saharan Africa, from Senegal and Ethiopia to South Africa. However, unlike other long-distance migratory birds, the saddle-billed stork is flexible. It only leaves its area when environmental conditions change abruptly, especially if the water level drops seriously or food is scarce. Thanks to the relative stability of the water sources in the Lechwe Plain during the rainy season, it rarely needs to move outside the area. In some areas like South Africa, their numbers are in significant decline. It is estimated that by 2024, the number of adult individuals there is less than 250. Leading to it being classified as endangered at a regional level. It is heartbreaking to see that the difficulties come not only from human actions, but also from the increasing severity of climate change. In 2024, Zambia experienced its most severe drought in over 2 decades. This situation, exacerbated by prolonged dry periods associated with the El Niño phenomenon, caused a critical drop in rainfall, depleted water resources, and widespread food shortages. The disaster directly affected 84 of the country's 116 districts, including the Western Province, which is home to the Lechwe Plain National Park. That situation pushed many members of the community connected to Lechwe, who day and night protect and care for the life in this place, into a state of deprivation and despair. Although there is no specific data on the rate of wildlife loss in the Lechwe Plain during this period, the negative impact on the environment and human life is undeniable. Amidst those challenges, hope continues to burn like the light of God, showing the way in the darkness, guiding people through the most demanding moments of creation. The Lechwe Community Resource Board, in coordination with 10 community action groups, launched an aid program worth $250,000, distributing food transparently. The program reflects the spirit of solidarity and the constant adaptability of the region. After a prolonged drought, the Lechwe Plain begins its recovery process with the reintroduction of buffalo, lions, and African wild dogs, which successfully bred after their return in 2022. By 2024, over 20 lions had settled, while the migration of 40,000 blue wildebeest continues to sustain the ecosystem and promote the return of rare bird species. A system of camera traps, GPS, and over 95% local staff contribute to sustainable monitoring and conservation. "100 families have received food aid. Environmental education classes are held regularly, along with livelihood solutions that help the community to adapt and coexist in harmony with nature." The Lechwe Plain has been reborn thanks to the constant effort between humans and nature. But for the migratory steppes not to be interrupted, every action today has a vital meaning. And if you have ever visited the Lechwe Plain National Park, do not hesitate to share your knowledge and experiences. It will be a source of inspiration and motivation for the conservation efforts of nature and wildlife, as well as the protection of the ecosystems for future generations. If there is one place on Earth a lion does not want to be, it is here, caught between a herd of buffalo and a great river. Although buffalo are the lion's prey, they are also formidable adversaries. They can kill lions, and frequently do. The pride has not eaten, and now they are the ones being challenged. A wall of horns advances. The lionesses and their cubs have been driven to the water's very edge. They have nowhere left to run. Big Toe, the dominant male, moves forward to slow the herd's advance. He stands between the buffalo and the rest of his pride. He attempts to hold his ground. But the buffalo have gained the upper hand. One bull charges. The entire pride is forced to take to the water. The Okavango lions are capable swimmers, but this is the first flood for Mathata and her cubs. They have never had to swim before. The young are panicking. Their frantic splashing could easily attract crocodiles. We could lose one of these lionesses or their cubs. The mothers hesitate. They are reluctant to enter the deep water. Two of the mothers follow their cubs into the channel. Even a magnificent male like him is vulnerable to attack. They are still in deep water. A brush with death. They have reached the far bank of the channel. It has been an ordeal almost too great to bear. The coral reef of Verde Island, like a precious gem in the heart of the ocean, symbolizes the intricate connections between marine species, a mutual existence that relies on one another. Famous for being one of the most biodiverse ecosystems in the world, this reef resembles a vibrant symphony of symbiotic relationships where every small creature plays a crucial role in maintaining ecological balance. In the soft tissues of corals, coral polyps and zooxanthellae algae form a deep relationship. Algae, harnessing the power of sunlight, provide energy through the process of photosynthesis, nourishing coral and helping them grow into sustainable reef structures. In return, coral provides algae with a safe shelter and an abundant supply of carbon dioxide, which is essential for their photosynthesis process. However, this relationship is very fragile in the face of the impacts of climate change. An increase in ocean temperature of just 1 to 2 degrees Celsius can lead to coral bleaching, making the entire ecosystem vulnerable to severe decline. Not far from the vibrant coral reefs, clownfish and sea anemones work together like loyal companions. Sea anemones, with their stinging tentacles, protect clownfish from predators, while clownfish provide leftover food for them. This connection not only enhances the natural beauty of the coral reef, but also illustrates the power of cooperation in nature. More than 50 million years ago, the ancestors of clownfish began their evolutionary journey in tropical seas. Over millions of years, they developed a unique adaptation, a special mucus layer that protects them from the toxins of sea anemones. This remarkable evolutionary trait has allowed them to establish a sustainable symbiotic relationship with the anemone, ensuring mutual survival and benefits. Clownfish are widely distributed in the Coral Triangle, and at Verde Island they are commonly found at depths ranging from 6 to 50 feet, where sunlight penetrates and the current supports the life of the coral reef. Sea anemones, like Heteractis magnifica, are ideal choices for this symbiosis. Let's explore an intriguing story about the mutual relationship between clownfish and sea anemones, a secret hidden within the depths of the ocean. Clownfish, with their bravery and high level of calculation, live among sea anemones, not only seeking a safe refuge from predators like sharks and lionfish, but also playing a crucial role in caring for these anemones. Their actions are not just a space game, but also create a beautiful picture, as the clownfish quickly swims out of the anemone to attract the attention of its enemies. But miraculously, in the blink of an eye, they returned to the embrace of the toxic tentacles, leaving the pursuers enchanted and disoriented by the anemone's venom. This protective strategy not only helps clownfish survive, but also assists anemones in capturing prey more effectively. In the rich ecosystem of Verde Island, clownfish serve as guardians of nature, contributing to the maintenance of life and the biodiversity of coral reefs. According to research from the Coral Triangle Initiative 2023, this relationship not only helps stabilize the ecosystem, but also enhances resilience against climate change and human impacts. In the wondrous underwater scene of Verde Island, the story of cooperation between clownfish and sea anemones unfolds daily, creating a perfect dance between life and survival. Diving deeper into the ocean, we will witness another unique connection between land crabs and sea anemones. The land crab, with its soft and vulnerable body, stands in stark contrast to the sturdy appearance of many other crab species. Without a hard shell for complete protection, they must seek out abandoned seashells to serve as their shelter. These shells become mobile homes, protecting land crabs from predators during their journey for survival. But the survival strategy of the land crab doesn't stop there. They also carry sea anemones on their backs as powerful allies. Despite their simple appearance, with soft tentacles, anemones are not only effective predators, but also have the ability to protect themselves from enemies. Thanks to this symbiosis, the anemone not only gains access to rich waters, but also receives protection from predators such as starfish. At Verde Island Reef, land crabs and sea anemones are often found in shallow waters where sunlight can penetrate, creating ideal conditions for the growth of coral and marine life. Land crabs often explore new shells on the fine sand or among the broken coral, as this is a transit point for finding a home. The symbiosis between them is not random, but rather the result of a refined selection process based on chemical signal. The land crabs search for the best defensive anemones, while the anemones choose shells that provide the optimal level of protection. This mutual story between clownfish and land crabs, along with their friends beneath the sea, not only demonstrates the superiority of survival, but also emphasizes the importance of connections between species in the ecosystem. Let's protect and celebrate these wonderful relationships in the ocean world, as their future depends not only on the survival of a single species, but also on the unique tapestry of life on the ocean floor. This mutual relationship allows both species of tide pool organisms to thrive in a challenging and competitive marine environment. The crab, with its shell, is also notable for its intricate molting behavior. This is an important skill because their bodies grow, and when they move to a new shell, they carefully transfer the anemones, ensuring the continuity of this remarkable partnership. This process not only highlights their intelligence, but also affirms the strong connection between the two species. The presence of crabs and anemones also brings significant ecological value. Crabs contribute to cleaning the ecosystem by consuming organic debris, while sea anemones play an essential role in the food chain of coral reefs. Their relationship supports the richness and sustainability of the coral reef ecosystem at Verde Island, reflecting the complex interdependence of nature. However, the Philippines, with its pristine natural beauty, is facing unprecedented challenges. The sound of the waves crashing against the sandy shore and the wind blowing through the mangrove forests in Aurora seems to tell a new story. The vibrant nature of the Philippines, from its coral reefs to rainforests and long coastlines, is facing increasing pressure from environmental threats and human activities. Climate change is disrupting the fragile balance of the ecosystem here, with average temperatures rising by 1.3 degrees Celsius over the past century and storms becoming increasingly severe, leaving indelible scars. The natural treasures of the country are facing increasingly significant threats. The alarm bells are ringing from Verde Island, a paradise of marine biodiversity, as more than 40% of its coral reefs have experienced bleaching, a consequence of the increasingly warming ocean waters. On land, deforestation and illegal logging have inflicted deep wounds on the tropical landscape, from Palawan to Sierra Madre, where the pristine forests that once covered more than 27 million acres now amount to less than 6.9 million acres. Every year, about 47,000 acres of forest are lost, leaving the Philippine eagle and tarsier with diminished chances of survival. However, it is not only wildlife that suffers. Humans also bear the heavy consequences of facing increased flooding, droughts, and devastating landslides. Beneath the ocean, plastic pollution acts like an invisible enemy, quietly infiltrating every corner of the marine ecosystem. With 2.7 million tons of plastic waste each year, the Philippines is one of the largest contributors to ocean plastic pollution. Marine creatures, from gigantic whales to charming little seahorses, are facing serious threats from plastic waste. Their lives are often caught up in the garbage dump of humanity. The phenomenon of coral bleaching continues to escalate, as the death of coral reefs not only collapses ecosystems, but also impacts the livelihoods of local fishing communities. The white coral skeletons stretch across the ocean floor like a clear message from nature. We are destroying the very environment that sustains us. The ecosystem of the Philippines is not only a treasure of the nation, but also a shared heritage of the entire world. Protecting them is not only about preserving the lives of millions of species, but also a sacred promise to future generations. Each coral reef, each mangrove forest, and each underground river holds urgent calls from nature, and we, the beneficiaries of the gifts that nature provides, must listen. The vast tropical forests of the Philippines, which were once severely devastated by deforestation, are experiencing a revival thanks to the National Greening Program. More than 4.6 million acres of forest have been restored, reviving the vitality of the country's green lungs. Meanwhile, the Verde Strait asserts its position as a center of marine biodiversity, with millions of regenerated coral reefs. The Coral Triangle Initiative has restored over 2.5 square miles of coral reef, paving the way for thousands of fish and marine species to return and thrive in areas such as Palawan. Species such as the Philippine crocodile are also being protected, thanks to patrol programs and community education initiatives. Local residents are no longer bystanders. They have become the vanguard in protecting ecosystems, working alongside conservation organizations. Creative tools, such as drone patrols and infrared cameras, have become effective measures to protect endangered species from poaching. The conservation story in the Philippines is not limited to national borders. It serves as a powerful reminder that even the smallest actions can make a significant difference. The journey to protect the natural heritage of the Philippines relies on collective effort. Raising awareness about the importance of protecting wildlife and their habitats is absolutely essential. Start with small actions, such as reducing plastic use, supporting sustainable products, and participating in reforestation efforts. The international community can also contribute through financial support, sharing knowledge, or spreading conservation messages. Every action you take is a crucial link in preserving the natural heritage of the Philippines. The pristine beauty and biodiversity of nature are not only treasures of today, but also a valuable legacy for future generations. If you have had the chance to visit the Philippines, please share your knowledge and experiences in the comments section below. Your stories can inspire and encourage others to engage in nature conservation and protect endangered species, while also preserving ecosystems for the future. Don't forget to like, subscribe to the Animal Nature 4K channel, and turn on the notification bell to continue exploring wonderful adventures with us in the future. We can work together to create positive changes, contributing to making this Earth more beautiful and prosperous with the growth of wildlife and biodiversity. Every contribution, no matter how small, holds immense value in our efforts to protect our planet. A mysterious wanderer has caught their scent, and he is closing in. Solitary males are never to be trusted, but this is the cub's own father. They have never met. The innocent young are unaware that he is a ticking time bomb. The queens of the north know his danger well. Unpredictable and fraught with risk. They quickly move their precious young from his sight. A distraction, an appeasement, whatever it takes. But Satoru and her sisters cannot hold him. His dark hunger is for the small ones. The innocent cubs want nothing more than to play with their newfound father. But he could kill every last one of them. There is nothing now that Cheetah can do. In the crystal clear water, the sunfish glides gracefully, occasionally surfacing as if basking in the sun. This behavior not only helps regulate body temperature, but also allows seabirds and small fish to remove parasites from their skin. With a skin thickness of up to 3 inches, the sunfish acts like a shield, protecting it from natural predators. With a massive size of up to 10 feet in length and weighing over 5,000 pounds, the sunfish resembles a living model of time, representing the wonders and resilience of the natural world. Its skeleton is primarily composed of cartilage, providing a surprisingly lightweight quality despite its massive body. Instead of a typical conical tail, it has a unique disc-shaped structure that gracefully drifts through the ocean currents. The coral reef of Verde Island, an ecological gem in the heart of the Philippine Sea, serves as a magnificent natural stage. On this stage, the whale shark captivates with its enormous size and majestic presence. As the largest fish in the world, reaching lengths of up to 12 meters and weighing as much as 18 tons, the whale shark is a symbol of the splendor that nature bestows upon marine ecosystem. The legacy of the whale shark spans millions of years, reaching back to an era when the oceans were pristine and tumultuous. Unique evolutionary features, such as a wide mouth for filtering plankton and fish eggs, have allowed them to perfectly adapt to the tropical marine environment. In the Verde Island Passage, known as the center of marine biodiversity in the world, whale sharks find a true paradise. Millions of plankton and fish eggs floating in this water provide an ideal feeding ground for the gentle giants. Their distribution spans across warm oceans worldwide, but they are strongly concentrated in nutrient-rich areas such as Donsol and CIC, where they can easily access abundant food sources. Verde Island, with its warm waters and nutrient-rich currents, creates the perfect environment for whale sharks, the gentle giants of the ocean. The deep waters at Verde Pass resemble a vibrant watercolor painting, serving as a home to these giant creatures that glide peacefully through the ocean like battleships. With its enormous yet graceful size, the 10-centimeter thick skin of the whale shark is adorned with white patterns resembling a star map, symbolizing natural beauty and serving as a sturdy shield. Introducing a unique hunting technique, the whale shark relies neither on strength nor speed. They open their mouths up to 5 feet wide, like giant bowls, and filter millions of liters of seawater each day. Tiny creatures like plankton and fish eggs are retained by their intricate filtering system, while water is expelled through the gills. This eating method is not only precise, but also highly effective, helping whale sharks maintain their massive bodies. The journey of the whale shark is carried out in a rhythmic and energy-efficient manner, swimming at a leisurely speed of just 3 miles per hour. They can cover thousands of miles each year in search of nutrient-rich waters, such as those found in Danseur and Sioux. The nutrient-rich currents attract these beautiful creatures to gather and enjoy a natural feast together. Instead of relying on predatory strength, the whale shark depends on patience to survive. Their gigantic mouths filter millions of gallons of seawater each day, consuming plankton, fish eggs, and other tiny creatures. Through this action, they not only preserve the environment, but also protect other marine species, acting as ocean gardeners. Their presence enriches the coral reefs they frequently visit, making the ecosystem more vibrant and thriving. However, the beauty and size of the whale shark cannot protect them from threats such as pollution, illegal fishing, and collisions with boats. The population of whale sharks has declined significantly in recent years. According to the IUCN report in 2023, they have been classified as an endangered species. In addition, the manatee, which belongs to the order Sirenia, is also one of the precious gems that remain in the ocean. With its slow, graceful movements and contemplative eyes, the manatee seems to embody the essence of a distant past, when the waves were never touched by human hands. However, according to the IUCN, this species has been classified as vulnerable due to a significant decline in its population. The dugong, the only marine mammal that exclusively feeds on seagrass, uses its wide and flexible snout to uproot the grass, leaving impressive marks on the ocean floor. Seagrass meadows are not only the primary food source for dugongs, but also play a crucial role in maintaining marine biodiversity. Their eating process, which lasts for hours each day, is like a gardener tending to a vegetable patch, naturally promoting the growth and regeneration of seagrass. The role of the dugong in the ecosystem is irreplaceable. They act like gardeners of the ocean, nurturing life and creating habitats for many species of fish, crustaceans, and other invertebrates. Furthermore, the presence of dugongs is an indicator of the health of the marine ecosystem, as they can only thrive in clean, nutrient-rich waters. At Verde Reef, a vibrant intersection of color and life, we will encounter a tiny yet incredibly powerful creature, the blue-ringed octopus. With its brilliant green lights radiating, it is not only a masterpiece of nature, but also a symbol of hidden strength and remarkable resilience. The Verde coral reef, with a depth ranging from 0.15 to 48 meters, provides an ideal environment for the green-ringed octopus to hide and hunt. The rock crevices, seagrass meadows, and coral reefs not only provide shelter, but also offer opportunities for octopuses to showcase their remarkable camouflage skills. With special pigment cells called chromatophores, octopuses have the ability to change color to blend perfectly with their surroundings, making them nearly invisible to predators. When threatened, its bright green rings lit up like an unmistakable warning signal. The blue-ringed octopus executes a perfect hunting strategy, combining speed and precision. With its sharp beak, it injects tetrodotoxin into its prey, which is usually shrimp, crabs, or small crustaceans. This powerful toxin not only paralyzes, but also affects the victim's nervous system, ensuring a successful hunt. However, the power of this incredible creature goes beyond its hunting abilities. In the verde coral reef ecosystem, it plays a crucial role in controlling the population of small crustaceans, maintaining ecological balance. The green-ringed octopus is also prey for larger fish, contributing to the biodiversity characteristic of this area. Hiding among the soft sand layers and muddy bottom of the verde reef, the mimic octopus emerges like a master of disguise. This creature exhibits creativity and sophistication in nature. Each movement and transformation showcases a unique beauty that contributes to the vibrancy and richness of the marine environment. The shape of the mimic octopus resembles an intricately choreographed dance, captivating every gaze and challenging the imagination of humanity. The mimic octopus has undergone millions of years of evolution, perfecting its ability to imitate other animals such as venomous sea snakes, drifting jellyfish, and graceful rays. It can transform into any shape necessary to ensure its survival. Not only does it change color, but its skin surface also has the ability to flexibly transform, synchronizing with the texture and movement of prey or enemies in the coral reef ecosystem, where every nook and cranny holds potential danger. This unique skill is the key to its survival. Typically found at depths ranging from 2 to 40 meters, the mimic octopus appears in areas where sand and mud intermingle, accented by shimmering coral reefs. This environment is ideal, providing ample opportunities for it to hide and execute its hunting strategies. With tentacle lengths ranging from 2 to 2.5 feet, the mimic octopus gracefully glides along the ocean floor, searching for small prey such as crabs and shrimp. With a powerful water force, it can clean the sand to uncover hidden prey, then swiftly capture them with astonishing accuracy. In the deep regions of the Verde Island coral reef, where sunlight filters through the crystal-clear water, a tiny yet miraculous creature lives quietly, perfectly blending into the soft coral branches. The blue-ringed octopus is not only a symbol of clever survival, but also a testament to perfection in hunting strategies and camouflage, a creature that has withstood the test of time to thrive in a world full of dangers. The remarkable creativity of the blue-ringed octopus and the mimic octopus conveys a profound message about the diversity and wonder of nature, where each species finds its own way to survive and thrive in a harsh environment. In a rich ecosystem like the Verde Reef, the green-ringed octopus and the mimic octopus are not only formidable creatures, but also great artists of nature, showcasing the strength, agility, and remarkable biodiversity of the marine world. The pygmy seahorse, also known as the Bargibanti seahorse, is perfectly refined, as if it were born from the vivid and dreamy imagination of the ocean. Measuring about 2 centimeters long, this seahorse species is nearly invisible in its habitat. The rough skin is adorned with tiny shimmering beads that precisely reflect the texture of the coral reefs where they reside. This incredible camouflage not only helps the seahorse evade predators, but also creates an astonishing harmony with its surroundings, resembling a vibrant masterpiece painted by nature over millions of years of evolution. The dwarf seahorse has developed a compact body, a unique skeletal structure, and perfect coloration to blend in with the coral reefs. They cling tightly to the coral, rarely moving, using their strong mouths to capture plankton, the seeds of life in the ocean. The habitat of this remarkable organism primarily consists of coral reefs at depths ranging from 5 to 40 meters in the Verde Passage, where these reefs thrive and are celebrated as a center of marine biodiversity, boasting over 300 species of coral and 800 species of reef fish. The seahorse is not only a testament to a rich ecosystem, but also plays a crucial role in maintaining ecological balance by consuming plankton, helping to control their populations and forming an essential link in the ocean food chain. However, the survival of this tiny seahorse species is under serious threat. Coral harvesting, climate change, and ocean pollution are devastating their habitat. According to the IUCN, in 2023, the seahorse is classified as near threatened, indicating the fragility of its existence even in protected waters such as Verde Island. This place is facing many challenges due to unsustainable development. The presence of the seahorse is not only a part of the diverse tapestry of biodiversity, but also a poignant reminder of the vulnerability of marine ecosystem. Protecting this tiny seahorse means preserving an entire ocean world, ensuring that coral reefs like those at Verde Island continue to shine like the Earth's jewels, inspiring and giving hope to future generations. In the crystal clear waters of Verde Island's coral reef, a mysterious creature glides gracefully through the coral formations, carrying with it the secrets of millions of years of evolution. The cuttlefish. Belonging to the Tsessebe order, the cuttlefish is not only a testament to the wonders of nature, but also represents superior intelligence and remarkable adaptability, with the ability to change colors rapidly and employ sophisticated hunting strategies. They deserve to be called one of the finest camouflage artists in the ocean. Existing in a vibrant and complex coral reef ecosystem, the cuttlefish carries a long evolutionary heritage, sharing ancestors with octopuses and squids. Over millions of years, they have evolved into a large-brained invertebrate species, among the most intelligent in the marine animal kingdom. The nautilus has a special cuttlebone skeleton that helps it control its buoyancy, allowing it to adjust its position precisely in the water column, from shallow coral reef areas about 10 feet deep to places where the water is deeper than 200 feet. The ability of the cuttlefish to change its color and body shape is not only a remarkable defense mechanism against predators, but also a sophisticated means of communication among its kind, where every movement and every color change carries a profound meaning. This is a perfect example of the wonderful integration between nature and survival. When hunting, the octopus displays a cunning and effective strategy, approaching its prey silently while concealing its intentions through changes in body color. As they approached close enough, they quickly shot out powerful tentacles, like arrows from the darkness, to capture shrimp, small fish, and crustaceans. And when faced with danger, the ink sac of the cuttlefish becomes a secret weapon, releasing a cloud of black ink that disorients the predator, providing a great opportunity for them to escape. The cunning and intelligence of the octopus not only help it survive, but also play a crucial role in maintaining the balance of the marine ecosystem. They help regulate the populations of smaller species, while also serving as a vital food source for sharks and other large predators. In the complex web of the food chain, the emerald squid plays a crucial role in maintaining the stability and growth of coral reefs, creating a vibrant and interactive picture among species. Please share your thoughts on squid and other amazing creatures in the marine ecosystem. Don't forget to follow the Animal Nature 4K channel to join us in exploring more fascinating journeys and the secrets of the ocean. Together we can protect and preserve these precious natural values for future generations. Exiled from the pride, Mila and her sisters are in a desperate search for food. They need a kill for themselves and for their pregnant mother. Mila searches the herd for the weakest animal. She stalks, then attacks at last, locking onto her target. But once again, Mila has chosen poorly. This formidable buffalo cow fights back fiercely. The herd turns to defend its own, and the sisters fail once more. As any hunter in hardship, Mila returns to the fundamentals, to all the lessons taught by her mother Nika. This time, she puts them into practice. She identifies the weakest target. She is patient, stealthy. and waits until she is close enough to make the decisive strike. Mila has truly come of age. This kill will sustain her and her family for the days to come. The Philippines, a land made up of thousands of islands, vividly represents the struggle for survival within the tropical rainforest ecosystem. The dense canopies provide shelter and serve as a battleground for a variety of animal species. The Philippine deer, with its brown coat speckled with white, quietly moves through the dense underbrush. In the sky, the Philippine eagle glides gracefully, while below the canopy, a small but agile tarsier searches for food, navigating through the branches with extraordinary skill, all the while avoiding the sharp eyes of the lurking eagle. Along the shores of Verde Channel, known as the heart of the Coral Triangle, plump whales lazily drift through the water, a gentle giant of the ocean. But not all residents of the sea are gentle. The tiny blue-ringed octopus, despite its small size, possesses venom strong enough to stop a human heart. In the muddy swamps of Aurora, fish leap and dance on the water's surface like circus performers, seizing every opportunity to search for food. Here, the monkeys that eat crabs must face the devastation of the ocean storm and the pressure from competing species. Meanwhile, the saltwater crocodile lies quietly in wait, demonstrating patience as a testament to its strong hunting instinct. Every moment in this vibrant land is a relentless struggle for survival. Every movement reflects the resilience of nature. But these victories always exist on a fragile boundary, requiring strong protection to ensure they do not mark the final notes of this vibrant symphony. The Philippines, located in the heart of Southeast Asia, is embraced by the South China Sea to the west and the Pacific Ocean to the east, where the distant waves of the ocean first touch Asia. With its prime location along some of the busiest maritime routes in the world, the Philippines is like a precious gem in the heart of the Pacific Ocean. This place not only boasts a long coastline, but is also located in the Pacific Ring of Fire, one of the areas with the most intense seismic activity on Earth. This is the convergence point of three major tectonic plates: the Eurasian Plate, the Philippine Sea Plate, and the Pacific Plate. The continuous collision between them over millions of years has formed the Philippine archipelago, a process as beautiful as the work of a sculptor, constantly creating majestic mountains, deep valleys, and fascinating cave systems. The landscape of this country is like a vibrant, multicolored painting, from the towering mountain peaks to the brilliant coral reefs beneath the ocean. One of the prominent cultural symbols is the rice terraces in the Cordillera Mountains, which were built over 2,000 years ago. These steps not only provide economic value, but also represent a remarkable achievement of human intellect, reflecting the perseverance and talent of the local people, like a staircase leading to paradise. However, the story of the Philippines goes beyond its natural beauty. it is also intertwined with a long and glorious history. About 67,000 years ago, the first evidence of human presence was discovered on the island of Luzon through the fossils of an ancient human species known as Calaman, confirming that this land has been inhabited since prehistoric times. Indigenous tribes like the Igorot have survived for thousands of years, preserving their unique culture and traditions. The 16th century marked the beginning of a cultural exchange period, starting with the arrival of Ferdinand Magellan in the Philippines in the year 1521, which brought the influence of Spain. More than 300 years of rule have left a profound mark, shaping the religion and architecture of this nation. More than 86% of the population practices Catholicism, with churches like San Augustine Church, built in 1607, serving not only as places of worship, but also as symbols of cultural fusion. By the end of the 19th century, the Philippines became a colony of the United States, following the Spanish-American War, marking a period of modernization characterized by the establishment of an American-style education system and the development of integrated infrastructure. English has been introduced and has become an official language alongside Tagalog, forming a multilingual nation. In 1946, the Philippines gained independence, marking the beginning of a new chapter in its journey of development and integration into the global community. A talented artist continuously paints vibrant landscapes that change with each season, where nature always displays its boundless creativity. The Philippines, as one of the richest territories in terms of biodiversity on Earth, experiences climate change through two main seasons. The dry season lasts from December to May, bringing bright sunshine and clear blue skies. However, from June to November, the wet season arrives, causing the islands to be drenched in heavy rain, averaging 2,316 millimeters each year. During this time, powerful storms frequently occur, as the Philippines endures about 20 storms each year, some of which are classified as the strongest storms on the planet. Despite facing harsh conditions, the environment here has formed a unique ecosystem where life must adapt and evolve to survive. Particularly the biodiversity of the tropical forests in the Philippines is truly impressive. As one of the richest ecosystems in the world, the Philippines is among the 17 countries with the highest biodiversity, home to 70 to 80% of the planet's species. To date, over 15,000 plant species have been recorded in the Philippines, of which about 50% are endemic. The wildlife here is equally remarkable, with over 1,000 species of vertebrates and hundreds of thousands of invertebrate species, including many that are newly discovered each year. The tropical forests of the Philippines tell a vivid story of life and adaptation, where each creature carries within it a piece of the wild, untamed spirit of nature. A vivid example of adaptation is the tamaral, a dwarf buffalo that has existed for thousands of years, perfectly suited to the rugged terrain of Mindoro Island. However, habitat loss has caused their population to decline to fewer than 500 individuals, making them one of the most endangered species. In addition, Nepenthes philippinensis, a unique carnivorous plant, showcases nature's creativity with its pitchers filled with sweet nectar, quietly attracting and capturing unfortunate insects. In contrast to the elegance of the trees, the Palawan peacock pheasant, with its shimmering blue and gold plumage, is a masterpiece of natural art, captivating observers with its enchanting beauty amidst the pristine tropical forests of the Philippines. The Philippine eagle, a vibrant symbol of the wild, soars high, embodying a powerful image of instinctual strength. Known as the monkey-eating eagle, this bird has appeared in legends and folklore associated with the image of warriors protecting ancient forests. The image of the Philippine eagle is not only present on banknotes and postcards, but also in the national coat of arms, serving as a powerful testament to the nation's independence. Regarding the origin and strength of the Philippine eagle, we find that millions of years ago, this bird emerged in the wild, isolated by the oceans surrounding the Philippine archipelago. From this isolation, a unique evolutionary branch has formed, allowing the eagle to develop exceptional traits to adapt to the dense tropical rainforest. With sharp eyes capable of seeing up to 2.9 kilometers, they can track prey in dense forests where light struggles to penetrate the towering canopies. The Philippine eagle has a crest of feathers on its head that stands upright like a natural crown, highlighting its proud appearance. The wings, measuring over 7 feet long, provide extraordinary agility, allowing them to easily maneuver through narrow gaps in the forest. Their habitat is primarily concentrated in large islands, such as Luzon, Samar, Leyte, and Mindanao, where pristine forests still exist. They usually choose tall trees to build their nests at a height of about 100 feet, away from dangers on the ground. The Philippine eagles are exemplary parents. Each pair of birds only produces one chick every 2 years, so the survival of the young generation becomes very important for the entire population. The process of nurturing is not merely a biological act. It also involves the transfer of hunting skills, helping the young learn how to survive in a challenging world. In terms of territory, the Philippine eagle is extremely territorial, with each pair controlling an area of up to 6,000 acres. They hunt for food by stalking prey such as monkeys, flying lemurs, snakes, and small birds. Their hunting technique relies not only on strength, but also on a perfect combination of patience and strategy. Eagles often remain motionless on high branches for hours. Their razor-sharp eyes, capable of detecting any movement from a distance of up to 1.8 miles below. From a high vantage point, they observed their prey with laser-like focus, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Sometimes, the eagle stealthily approaches its prey through the forest canopy, taking advantage of every gap to get closer. Although their wings are very large, their flexibility is sufficient to maneuver in tight spaces, demonstrating their remarkable adaptability to their living environment. Each dive is not merely an impulsive act, but the result of meticulous calculations, where every movement is shaped by the complex ecosystem of the rainforest. This island is not only swift, but also astonishingly precise, carrying the power of a high-speed machine. With claws that are 4 inches long and sharp as knives, just one swipe from them can immobilize their prey. Imagine a powerful predator with wings as strong as a giant clock, each beat carrying a tremendous responsibility. The Philippine eagle is not only the king of the forest sky, but also the conductor of a perfect ecosystem. With its exceptional hunting abilities, this species of eagle controls populations such as flying pigs, monkeys, and smaller animals, preventing any species from exploding in numbers. However, the sad fact is that their population in the wild is now only around 400 to 600 individuals, placing them on the list of the rarest bird species of prey in the world. The pristine forests where they reside are under serious threat from the expansion of agriculture and urbanization, along with illegal hunting, which further increases the pressure on the reproductive process and the survival of this species. The Philippine eagle is not only a symbol of natural strength, but also a vivid representation of resilience and courage. Often likened to warriors protecting the ancient forests, they embody a profound humanitarian value, a dedication to family, a commitment to safeguarding their homeland, and a willingness to sacrifice for the future. Each pair of eagles only produces one chick every 2 years. But it is their love and exceptional care for the next generation that ensures the survival of the entire species. The life of the Philippine eagle is closely tied to the pristine forests, where every tree and every mountain stands as a witness to their history of development. When this bird species faces a significant decline in population, it is also the time for us, nature lovers, to take action. Protecting the Philippine eagle means protecting life, safeguarding the future of the ecosystem, and reminding us of our responsibility to preserve this planet. Please share your thoughts on the Philippine eagle and other wildlife in the comments section below the video. Join us in continuing the journey to protect these humanitarian values and to find creative ways to ensure that rare species like the Philippine eagle are not forgotten in the modern world. Dawn has just touched the horizon, the new day's light falling like a gentle hand from God, lightly gilding the grasslands. In that silence, every pulse of nature seems suspended, anticipating the imminent storm. A male kudu enters the sea of grass, oblivious to the cold gaze of fate watching him. The dry grass rustles in the wind, but beneath its faded gold, a lioness lies concealed, her body coiled like an arrow. Hunger sharpens the lioness's intellect. The seasoned huntress analyzes in silence. For it is the sisterhood of the pride that provides. An ancient pact, written in blood and instinct, binding them together in a silent, deadly ballet of coordination. This demonstrates the high degree of intelligence and teamwork within the lion species. This is the moment the lioness has awaited with patience and mastery. She closes in, each step swift yet soundless. The kudu realizes its fate, but it is too late. The predator lunges like a thunderbolt, an explosion of speed. A powerful takedown ends the hunt in seconds. A substantial meal, enough to sustain the entire pride for a week. The lion's journey to maintain its supremacy on the savanna has never been one of easy glory. Every footprint, every drop of blood is imprinted on the scorched earth of the grasslands, a place where the sun not only illuminates, but also burns. The African savanna, a magnificent stage for the theater of the wild. Here there are no allowances for ease. This is a world born of sun and grass, a vast breathing crucible of life, stretching further than any eye can see, where the horizon itself seems a promise and a threat. The climate here has two distinct seasons, dry and wet, which profoundly impact the lives of all its inhabitants. It is a sea of golden grass stretching to the horizon, covering a vast expanse of 5 million square miles. But do not be deceived by its majestic beauty and scale. The savanna is a land of challenges. Lions are not just ferocious predators. They are guardians of the ecosystem, sentinels ensuring its balance. They hunt and kill prey ranging from wildebeest and zebra to giants like the African buffalo. They act as natural regulators, preventing herbivore populations from growing unchecked. An overabundant wildebeest population, without natural predators to control it, could exert immense pressure on the vegetation, degrading the habitat and affecting the entire ecosystem. Yet, the savanna remains that majestic stage created by God, where every creature is constantly tested. The lion, considered the king of beasts, is not exempt from the harsh laws of this land. In such a demanding environment, where each day is a blessing but also a trial, life becomes a maelstrom. It is an unending battle, an eternal cycle where only resilience and adaptability can guarantee survival. The vast African savanna stretches as far as the eye can see, a place where the sun heats the earth like a colossal furnace. The air shimmers with the heat rising from the parched fields, and nothing here comes easily. In some corner of this harsh land, lion cubs are born, small, fragile, and full of life. From their very first moments, these future kings of the savanna must learn to face the most formidable challenges. The story begins in the shadows of the thickets, where the cubs draw their first breath. They weigh only 2 to 4 pounds, their eyes still sealed shut, utterly helpless and vulnerable. Lion cubs are born with a coat of faint spots, which provides excellent camouflage in the bush. These spots usually fade as they mature, though they sometimes remain on adults. As the cubs grow, they begin to crawl, followed by their first clumsy, uncertain steps. Their only source of nourishment is their mother's milk, rich in the proteins and fats essential for their development. The life of a cub is a series of uncertainties, where sleep and peace are always at risk of being shattered. The savanna relentlessly tests its future kings. This is where cubs must learn to survive. When the searing heat of the dry season descends upon the savanna, the hardship reaches its peak. The grasslands transform into arid plains. Water, the most precious treasure, all but vanishes. The cubs must learn to endure thirst, staying close to the pride as it travels tens of miles in search of water. Over time, the cubs learn to listen to the whispers of the savanna. Every sound carries a message. The deep growl of their mother is a clear command. Lie down, stay still, and hide in the tall grass. The roar that echoes across the savanna is not a lullaby, but nature's uncompromising warning. Hyenas howl in the night. Their calls carry for miles, like the cries of bloodthirsty warriors. Clans of 20, even 30 hyenas will not hesitate to steal a kill or take a life. And so the night chorus carries a chilling prophecy. For half of all cubs born into this kingdom, the hyena's call is the last lullaby they will ever hear. Spotted hyenas have incredibly powerful jaws, capable of crushing the bones of their prey. This is a significant advantage in competition with lions. They can consume nearly the entire carcass, including parts that lions leave behind. If they find an unprotected cub, they will eliminate it without mercy, erasing a potential future rival. Leopards, solitary hunters with the patience of silent assassins, also seize any opportunity. Leopards are renowned for their ability to carry prey up trees to keep it safe from other predators like lions and hyenas. A leopard can haul a carcass twice its own body weight high into the branches. They glide through the branches, their eyes gleaming in the dark, and when they spot a young, vulnerable target, they descend like an arrow. But the lion is not born to surrender. It is enveloped in a formidable social system, a well-organized pride. A lion pride is an extended family in which the females are closely bonded. They not only care for their own offspring but also support one another, protecting the weakest from external threats. The mother lion is the first line of defense. Ever vigilant, her eyes constantly scan the horizon, ready to fight for her young. To keep them safe, a lioness constantly moves her cubs, concealing them in dense thickets or natural dens. Meanwhile, the pride functions as a living fortress, an almost impenetrable security system. The lionesses cooperate to care for and protect all the young, regardless of parentage. That solidarity is the key to survival. Each dawn, the African savanna awakens to a symphony of life and death. The sun rises like a ball of fire, scorching the vast grasslands. In that harsh place, the youngest creatures must learn to become masters of survival. The lion cubs, small and fragile, yet filled with a thirst for life, begin their journey. It is a path towards survival, toward the hunt, and toward mastering the savanna's unforgiving lessons. lion cubs know nothing of the gentleness of a quiet morning. For them, every day is a harsh lesson from the savanna. This is where play becomes their first classroom, where every pounce and every bite has a meaning deeper than its innocent appearance. The play of lion cubs is not just for entertainment, it is an essential part of their education. They mimic the hunting behaviors of adults and practice vital skills like stalking, pouncing, and biting. This process helps them develop into successful hunters in the future. The cubs' footfalls tear through the air like a declaration of war against their own fragility. They chase one another through the grasslands, colliding with all the force their small bodies can muster. Their clumsy leaps and missed pounces not only provoke amusement, but also strengthen muscles and develop quick reflexes. The savanna does not forgive slowness or weakness. Every race, every failed attempt, is a lesson. The tall grasses are not just a playground, but an unforgiving classroom. When the wind blows hard, it is the perfect signal to move without being detected. They learn to control their breathing, to synchronize their heartbeat with the relentless rhythm of the savanna. The most important lesson is perhaps patience. Those tense moments where a cub must wait in silence. If they attack too soon, their prey, perhaps a stray butterfly or a careless bird, will vanish in an instant. The savanna, in all its harshness, offers no mercy, but through it, the cubs learn to live, to hunt, and to confront. They grow with every game, every fall, every failed attempt, until one day they become master predators. All creatures here understand that life and death are two sides of the same coin, tossed in the air with every movement. And to prepare for that reality, observation and imitation are the first skills a cub must master. Learning begins with the eyes wide and bright as jewels in the dry grass, tracking every gesture, every movement. Patience is etched into them. One must remain silent. Young paws must learn to blend into the environment. The cubs can spend hours simply watching. They must listen to every sound, from the whisper of wind through the grass to the distant cry of an unfortunate animal. But observation is only the first step. Imitation is how the skills of survival are forged. With every movement, every calculated step, every pounce into the air, they practice, fail, and try again. The savanna educates its children according to the laws of the land, reminding them that strength is not an innate gift. One must be as wise as the land God created. Harsh, yes, but never unjust. Only those who know how to observe, imitate, and adapt are worthy of reaching the top. A cub's first hunts begin very early. Every chase, every inaccurate leap, every pounce on thin air is a valuable lesson. These are not useless failures. They are exercises that build muscle, develop reflexes, and hone instinct. But the savanna never stops at simple games. When the hot, dry wind sweeps across the plains, the challenges become truly severe. Hunts that stretch for miles under the scorching savanna sun teach them patience and endurance. Gradually, the lions perfect the art of the stork. They press themselves to the ground, melting into the landscape like living shadows. Each day, each hunt is like a small battle, and the savanna is a battlefield that never rests. The dry riverbeds, the acacia thickets, and the sand dunes that stretch for miles are all obstacles to be overcome. When the sun sets and the last light of day spreads across the savanna, no one can relax. Every leap, every pounce is a testament to the harshness of this land. The lessons learned in childhood are the necessary baggage for an adult lion. The African savanna is no place for chaos or disorganization. Here, life and death are decided through perfect coordination. The lion is the only great cat that hunts in groups. A group of lions is called a pride, a name that honors the power of these kings. The term pride not only signifies a feeling of honor, but also reflects the lion's unique social structure. Among the great cats, lions are the only species to live in social groups, with a clear division of roles among its members. The pride is a symbol of unity and organization, where each member fulfills a specific role. The structure of the pride is designed to maximize survival and success in the hunt. A typical pride consists of 10 to 15 individuals, though in some cases it can be even larger. The adult females are the heart of the pride, responsible not only for bearing and raising the cubs, but also for being the primary hunters. They are not just mothers, but seasoned warriors trained to bring down large prey. Small prey like hares, impala, or warthogs are the first challenges in a young lion's life. They are small, but far from weak. On the contrary, they are swift, agile, and capable of changing direction in an instant. An impala can leap up to 10 feet high and 30 feet forward, as if flying over the fields. Faced with these challenges, the lions must calibrate every movement, every pounce. The success of a small hunt depends not just on strength, but on skill and strategy. The impala, one of the lion's common prey, has the ability to leap great distances and change direction abruptly to escape predators. This ability, known as stotting, may also signal to a predator that it is agile and difficult to catch. The fastest hunters of the savanna can accelerate up to 35 miles per hour in just a few seconds. That speed is maintained for only a short distance, less than 100 feet, but it is more than enough to close the gap. But it is enough to shorten the distance and seize a young zebra, still naive in the art of survival. But the prey does not surrender easily. The African buffalo, which can weigh up to 1,500 pounds, with horns as sharp as swords, is ready to fight back. Despite its size, it can reach speeds of up to 35 miles per hour. Its massive bulk and 16-inch horns are the cause of many serious injuries. The lions know this, so they act as a group, seeking to create panic and disorientation within the buffalo herd. When hunting buffalo, Lions often target old, weak, or injured individuals, or young calves that have been separated from the herd. Adult buffalo can form a defensive circle with their sharp horns pointing outward to protect the weaker members. Thanks to all he has learned from his mother, one of the young lions identifies a weak point, the rear of the body. The strength of an adult lion is undeniable. Taut muscles, powerful jaws like vices. That is what the savanna demands of a true king. A single bite is capable of crushing the prey's windpipe. The giant prey finally falls, defeated by the combined effort of these young kings. This is a land where every mortal confrontation becomes a dance of death. The savanna does not tolerate mistakes, forcing the strongest to obey its iron laws. And the lion, on its undisputed throne, is the one who understands those rules best. Not all lion hunts end in success. Even the most perfect strategy can fall apart. The wind changes direction, carrying the scent of the lion and alerting the prey. The tall grass, over 3 feet high, can hide a hunter, but it can also rustle at the wrong moment. The African buffalo, one of the largest and most aggressive herbivores, is a nightmare even for the most fearsome predators. At the forefront, a brave lioness leads the hunt, ready to take the greatest risks. Her courage is the fire that sustains the pride. Behind the male lion, a symbol of power, is awaited like a warrior who will deliver the final blow. But this time, nothing goes as planned. Facing the ferocious attack of the buffalo, a male lion, a pillar of the group, falters. The African buffalo has incredible stamina, capable of withstanding fatal bites while counterattacking fiercely. These confrontations significantly increase the mortality rate for lions, especially when they face adult buffalo fighting to their last breath. But the savanna is not just a place of pain, it is also where learning constantly flourishes. They reorganize their tactics. Strategies are honed like blades. These are no longer impulsive attacks. Now they employ tactics of dispersal and interception. The pride divides into small groups, each with a specific function. When the defensive line is weakened, the second group approaches from the flanks, moving like ghosts through the tall grass. The coordination is now executed with surgical precision. Every step is carefully calculated. Success in hunting depends not only on strength, but also on patience. The lions wait in silence, maintaining a distance of about 30 feet before launching their attack. A new battle begins. The lions on the flanks move quickly, trying to isolate a single buffalo from its group. It is a deadly gamble because their prey is the African buffalo, the animal that has inflicted the most injuries on lions. As the buffalo tires, the lions in the center move in, attacking head-on. But to bring down this giant, the strength of a male lion, weighing over 400 pounds, is indispensable. Coordination and strategy are key to the pride's success, but the lions remain cautious. The confrontation lasts for several minutes of extreme tension. Determination and tactical intelligence have paid off. However, on the African savanna, victory is never guaranteed. The average success rate of lion hunts is only about 25 to 30%. This means they must make many attempts to catch a single prey, illustrating the difficulty of life in the wild. When the dust settles and the last footfalls fade into the void, a large prey animal lies defeated. But this is only the beginning. The predators must face their next challenge, protecting their prize. Because in this wild land, the scent of fresh blood not only attracts a hungry pride, but also beckons to opportunists. The lionesses, agile and decisive, form a protective circle around the kill, vigilant, ready to pounce on any intruder. The male lion, imposing and menacing, is a war machine born to defend the pride's food. The fight with the prey is just the beginning. The lions must continue to face even harsher challenges. When the dry season arrives, the lion's kingdom transforms into a giant furnace, scorching everything that remains. Every drop of water vanishes, every blade of grass withers, and every form of life is put to the test. For the lion, the supreme predator of these lands, the dry season is not just a temporary hardship of nature, but an indomitable foe. Despite living in the arid and hot lands of the savanna, an adult lion needs 4 to 5 gallons of water per day. However, according to recent climate and ecological studies, the average rainfall in African savanna regions has seen a significant decline over the past 2 decades, estimated at around 15%. As a result, lakes have dried up, rivers have shrunk to empty channels, and the search for water has become a race for survival. As water sources disappear, lion prides must travel greater distances, sometimes 10 to 15 miles a day. But that journey is not safe. Enemies lie in wait. Outside the pride's territory, the weakest and most exhausted individuals become easy targets. Then comes the prey crisis. Not only does water disappear, but food also becomes scarce. The herds of wildebeest, zebra, and antelope migrate in search of greener pastures, leaving the savanna a silent desert. For the lions, hunting becomes more difficult than ever. The prides are forced to venture deep into unfamiliar territories. Energy is depleted, health declines, and exhaustion seeps into every cell. When prey is scarce, the very life of the pride hangs in the balance. A hungry pride is a weak pride. Lions are forced to change their survival strategies to cope with these extreme conditions. They take advantage of the water scarcity to turn dry mudflats and evaporating waterholes into natural traps. At such times, prey has no choice but to approach these ambushes. The frequency of lion ambushes increases by 40% during the dry season as they wait patiently at the last remaining water points. But the changes do not stop there. As the wildebeest, zebra, and buffalo migrate in search of food, the lions must follow their prey. Hunts extend up to 10 miles, requiring perfect coordination among the lionesses of the pride. In these long-distance hunts, lions often use a stalk and ambush tactic. Some lionesses will stalk and drive the prey towards other lions lying in wait, creating a deadly trap. Attacking a giraffe is a deadly gamble. A single kick from its massive hind legs can generate thousands of pounds of force. The giraffe has one of the most powerful kicks in the animal kingdom. One strike can break bones or even kill a lion instantly. Therefore, lions are very cautious when hunting giraffes and usually only target young or sick individuals. On the savanna, the lion is the apex predator. But even these kings face adversaries that cannot be underestimated. The relationship between the lion and its enemies is not just a direct confrontation, it is an essential part of the ecological balance. When lions change their hunting strategies, when they are forced to compete with greater intensity, the entire ecosystem responds. Lions and hyenas, two proud predators, are locked in a perpetual cycle of confrontation. Hyenas often hunt at night, a time when they have a visual advantage and when lions are also active, leading to fierce competition. Both share a preferred menu: wildebeest, zebra, and sometimes wild buffalo. But the battle is not just for the hunt. It is a fight for every last scrap on this arid savanna. This has led to prolonged conflicts throughout their evolution. During the dry season, when prey is scarce and water evaporates, the conflicts become even more intense. The frequency of confrontations increases by 25% as both lions and hyenas must fight for every vital resource. Chobe National Park in Botswana is a land renowned for its diverse ecosystem and high density of wildlife. It is also a classic stage for the competition between lions and hyenas. Here, hyenas have shown a remarkable ability. According to several case studies on the relationship between lions and hyenas, such as those conducted in Chobe National Park, Botswana, hyenas have been recorded successfully stealing kills from lions in a significant percentage of cases, sometimes as high as 63%. When faced with a downed prey, hyenas do not attack immediately. Instead, they wait patiently, keeping a distance of 100 to 300 feet, constantly monitoring the lions. However, hyenas are not always passive scavengers. In many cases, they adopt a bolder approach. When they sense a numerical advantage, they close in and apply direct pressure on the lions. What is most remarkable in Chobe is that this feud is not limited to disputes over food. Wildlife conflict reports from areas like Chobe also show that lions and hyenas frequently attack each other, even when there is no food dispute, indicating a deep-seated animosity between the two species. The relationship between lions and hyenas is one of the most classic examples of interspecies competition in nature. It is not just a struggle for food, but a war for dominance and status within the ecosystem. The African savanna is not only a land of harsh challenges, but also a stage for fierce confrontations. Among them, the relationship between the lion and the Nile crocodile is a vivid example of wild survival competition. Each species reigns over its own territory. The lion dominates the land, the crocodile rules the water. But when the boundaries between land and water blur, violent encounters become inevitable. The dry season drags the African savanna under an unforgiving sun, turning it into a seemingly endless, arid inferno. Here, every drop of water is a sacred treasure guarded by the deadliest predators. It is in these places that the lion, king of the land, must face the Nile crocodile, the invisible lord of the waters. The dry season lasts for months. The earth cracks. The scorching air seeps through the dry leaves. The herds of wildebeest, zebra, and other prey migrate to the nearly dry rivers or muddy swamps, where life hangs by a thread. The lions have no choice. They must follow their prey, but every time they approach the water, danger lurks beneath the calm surface. It is not just predators that pose an obstacle. Even the grass-eating giants can make a lion feel threatened. The hippopotamus, with a body that can reach 3,500 pounds and 2-inch thick skin, is a crushing machine capable of destroying any intruder. Although a herbivore, the hippopotamus is considered one of Africa's most dangerous animals to humans and other wildlife. They are aggressive and highly territorial, especially when their young are present. Their jaws, with 16-inch incisors and canines that can reach 20 inches, can generate a bite force of over 1,800 pounds per square inch. Typically, hippos submerge themselves in water, appearing as calm as giant, lazy boulders in lakes and rivers. But when its territory is threatened, the hippo becomes a ferocious creature, ready to explode with astonishing speed. The hippopotamus is one giant that no one wants to provoke. When the dry season grips the savanna with suffocating heat and scarce food, lions may be forced to consider riskier prey. The lion's journey to dominance does not end with conquering prey, nor with overcoming the challenges of a harsh climate. It must still face its own kind, its own pride, its family, and above all, overcome itself. The sky is stained red as the sun sinks below the savanna horizon. This is the time of unending battles, where power and status are measured in claws and brute force. When a male lion comes of age, usually between 2 and 3 years old, there is no longer a place for him in his birth pride. Maturity comes with expulsion. The dominant male does not tolerate the presence of a growing youngster. The expulsion of young male lions from the pride is a natural mechanism to prevent inbreeding and ensure genetic diversity within the species. Though harsh, it is necessary for the long-term survival of lions. Only when cast out of the circle of safety does the young male become a nomad. He wanders without purpose. Without the support or protection of a pride, the wandering lion faces enemies everywhere. But nature has its own way of balancing things. Instead of fighting alone, young lions join forces, forming coalitions. In the world of lions, a coalition is a matter of life and death. This bond is as strong as a steel chain. Here, brotherhood is not a matter of sentiment, but of brutal mathematics. A lone male's chances are slim. Two may double them. But a coalition of three or more, that is a force that can rewrite the laws of this land. So they become mobile armies, warriors seeking power across the vast lands. However, forming a coalition is only the first step in an arduous journey of survival. Every coalition needs a territory, and every piece of resource-rich land is an extremely scarce prize. Land, water, prey, all are precious resources, and there are not enough for everyone. Climate change only exacerbates the situation. As fertile lands shrink, lion coalitions have no choice but to engage in uncompromising confrontations. The battles between nomadic male lion coalitions are not just clashes of strength, but true contests of wits. When one coalition decides to challenge another, they do not rush into battle. Instead, deafening roars echo across the savanna like war drums. When there is no turning back, the battle erupts. The pounce of a male lion can be as powerful as a hammer blow. The fights can last from a few minutes to several hours, leaving behind bloody wounds. The vanquished, severely injured or too weak, must continue their nomadic path. Even when a coalition succeeds in conquering a territory, the challenges are far from over. A territory can be as large as 100 square miles, but holding it is a constant struggle. Failure means returning to a nomadic life, facing once again the unforgiving harshness of the savanna. However, the ultimate goal of nomadic male lion coalitions remains the conquest of complete prides with females. Water, prey, fertile territories and females capable of producing new generations are the essential elements. When a nomadic male lion coalition finds a promising territory, there is no guarantee that a confrontation will not occur. The dominant males of that pride will not relinquish control without a fight. The strategy of nomadic coalitions is not just based on brute force. Intelligence and coordination are equally powerful weapons. Larger coalitions, often consisting of 3 or more individuals, use their numbers to divide and corner their opponents. But the veteran lions of the resident pride, though they may no longer have the strength of youth, possess deep experience and knowledge. The fight becomes a test of endurance, where every pounce or bite can break bones and draw blood. The victory of the nomadic coalitions is not guaranteed. Only 40% of these confrontations end in success. The victor does not just win land, he completely transforms the structure of the pride. This is the darkest chapter in the story of a pride's conquest, for a new dynasty cannot rise on the foundations of the old. The bloodline of the vanquished king must be erased, making way for a new future. Infanticide, while brutal, is a common strategy in many animal species, not just lions. It allows the new males to quickly pass on their genes and ensures that the pride's resources are dedicated to their own offspring. The cubs of the old dominant male are eliminated quickly and coldly. By eliminating the offspring of the previous generation, the new males force the lionesses back into estrus, starting a new generation. When a lion pride decides to defend or expand its territory, the confrontation begins with a phase of reconnaissance. Roars, as loud as thunder and audible up to 5 miles away, reverberate through the air. This is the first tactic, to attack the enemy's psyche, to shake their confidence. But if the invaders show no fear or concession, conflict becomes inevitable. The dominant males enter the battle with an imposing presence. Their manes stand on end like warriors in armor. Before the first blow is struck, rituals of intimidation are performed. Short charges, non-contact lunges. This is not just a battle of strength, it is a wild game of chess, where one wrong move can mean collapse. When the fight erupts, the ferocity ignites like an unleashed storm. The pounce and bite of a male lion can reach 650 pounds per square inch, enough to subdue any careless opponent. The terrain of the savanna is not neutral. Every hill, every bush can become an ally or an enemy. Prides familiar with their territory use it to set traps, cut off escape routes, or build invisible snares. The lionesses, though not the primary combatants, do not stand aside. They defend their young fiercely. Every battle for territory or resources begins, develops, and ends with an undeniable brutality. The victorious pride wins everything. A new territory with precious water sources and promising hunting grounds. These rewards are like a salvation in an environment where every drop of water and every piece of meat has an immeasurable value. But the price of victory is not small. The male lions, despite gaining control of the territory, are often severely injured. According to the 2024 African Wildlife Conservation Report, 25% of lions injured in these fights do not survive more than 2 weeks. These injuries reduce their ability to hunt, putting the pride at risk of food shortages, especially during the recovery period. And what happens to the defeated prides? Disaster befalls them. They lose their territory and are forced to wander. The young cubs, without the protection of a safe territory, become easy victims. The lionesses, the silent warriors of the pride, face not only the pain of losing their young, even within a complete and stable pride, internal conflicts can arise. Life under the African savanna sky has never been peaceful. Every inch of land is a battlefield. After countless confrontations, the rainy season finally arrives on the African savanna, transforming the arid landscape into a lush green paradise. The grey sky opens with wild lightning, and rain falls like a cascade, filling the once dry rivers. The ponds and streams teem with life, and the entire land seems to breathe a sigh of relief. Water flows through the fields, turning dust into thick mud, and the grass grows strong, tall, and dense. The savanna in the rainy season is a different world. The grass can grow several feet tall, creating green walls that obscure the view. The tall grass of the rainy season is not only excellent cover for lions, but also a breeding ground for many insect species, attracting birds and other small animals, creating a rich food chain. At this time, as lions must change their strategy, they expand their hunting range up to 5 miles a day. The Great Migration, a wonder of Africa. Each year, about 1.5 million wildebeest, 200,000 zebra, and hundreds of thousands of gazelles begin a journey of life and death. This great migration is not only one of the planet's greatest natural events, but also a vital factor in maintaining the health of the Serengeti Mara ecosystem. These vast herds help control vegetation growth and disperse seeds. They migrate over 1,200 miles, from the Serengeti to the Masai Mara. They move in enormous herds, like a living river flowing across the plains and crossing treacherous rivers. With such an abundance of food, lionesses can give birth and raise their young in greater safety. The survival rate of lion cubs increases by 15% during the rainy season, thanks to the availability of prey and better protection. These tiny creatures, born into a green and youthful landscape, grow up in a promising environment. During the rainy season, the tall grass can grow up to 3 feet, forcing lions to adjust their hunting methods. Their visibility is reduced, and stalking becomes much more complex in this lush, dense world. They can no longer charge straight ahead as they do in the dry season. They must change tactics. The patience and technique of the lioness become her most dangerous weapons. She spends hours intently observing potential prey, even memorizing every warthog burrow in her territory. And finally, the wait is rewarded. A massive male warthog with tusks as sharp as deadly weapons appears. The thickets become the perfect ally, concealing every stalking step. Lions often hunt at dawn or dusk, when the low light provides better camouflage and the cooler temperatures allow them to conserve energy during the chase. The moment has come. The lioness lunges with brutal force, every muscle tensed as if sculpted for battle. But the warthog does not fall easily. It is as large as an adult lioness, and dragging it to a safe place is an exhausting task. Known as the king of the savanna, the lion has almost no rivals on land except for one formidable opponent, the hyena. Hyenas, seasoned hunters, are not only skilled at hunting in groups, but also specialize in stealing kills directly from lions. Once again, hyenas gather in large clans, waiting for the perfect moment to snatch the lion's prize. Their piercing laughter echoes across the savanna like an open challenge, forcing the lions to fiercely defend what they have conquered. They do not engage in conflict with the same ferocity as hyenas, but their mere presence profoundly complicates the survival landscape. Leopards typically hunt smaller prey, but when food becomes scarce late in the rainy season, they too target larger animals. Leopards have a unique spotted coat that provides perfect camouflage in dense, wooded environments. They also have excellent climbing abilities, which help them escape larger predators or store their kills safely. Competition comes not only from other predators, but also from within their own species. During the rainy season, territorial boundaries become blurred, turning prides into true warriors. According to a recent report, the number of confrontations between lion groups has increased by up to 20% this rainy season. The females, the primary hunters of the group, are forced to cooperate even more closely to maximize their chances of success. However, when the pride grows too large, or when some older females begin to lose their effectiveness in hunting, internal tensions arise. Younger, stronger females often challenge the established order within the pride. Defending a territory is a relentless task. The males patrol constantly, marking and protecting their borders. Their roars, true war drums on the savanna, not only warn off intruders, but also convey a sense of security. However, the cost is very high. These territorial battles consume a great deal of energy and leave lasting wounds. An injured male can significantly weaken the entire group, creating an opening for other predators or rival groups to attack. The savanna shows no favoritism, just as God does not promise paradise to those who refuse to advance. Even the lion, the undisputed symbol of power, must pay for every piece of land with its own blood. And only those who know how to fight with strength, intelligence, and an unwavering determination earn the privilege of living another day. In this context, the harsh landscape of the savanna seems tense, breathless, and exhausted. The land that lions once ruled has now become a ruthless arena. Lions no longer face just an endless struggle for survival in an increasingly harsh natural environment. The lion population is in sharp decline. According to a recent report, the number of lions worldwide has dropped to only about 20,000 individuals. The vast plains of the Serengeti, or the iconic Masai Mara National Reserve, places once considered true paradises. Climate change is profoundly altering the rules of survival on the savanna. When the rains finally come, they are no longer gentle and rejuvenating, but have become violent storms. However, it is the prolonged droughts that pose the most devastating threat. And man, with his relentless expansion, has gradually conquered every inch of land that lions once dominated. Wild habitats are now fragmented by farms, villages, and paved roads. When the grasslands are converted to agricultural land, lions not only lose their natural hunting grounds, consequently, inevitable conflicts have arisen. Livestock, a precious resource for local communities, becomes prey for lions. The people respond with traps, poison, guns, and metal fences. The loss of each lion is not just the disappearance of a magnificent animal. It represents the loss of a critical link in the ecological balance, shattering the social structure of the prides. On the other hand, although anti-poaching efforts have been intensified, this activity continues to be a danger. Poaching not only directly threatens lion numbers, but also disrupts the pride's social structure, especially when dominant males are killed, leading to power struggles and infanticide. Manes, bones, and other parts of the lion's body still command high prices on the black market. The savanna still retains its majesty, like a natural cathedral, but beneath its apparent tranquility lie many layers of potential threats. The lion, the eternal symbol of power and majesty, though proud, cannot face this fierce wave of change alone. Currently, specific conservation solutions are being implemented with tireless efforts to reverse the situation. In 2023, 500 square miles of protected areas were expanded, creating safe zones for lions to breed. Drones constantly monitor the skies, while dedicated teams patrol day and night against poaching. In places where cubs once faced constant dangers, today we witness true success stories. In 2023, the Masai Mara National Reserve became a true symbol of hope. The Lion Guardians project has transformed the Maasai communities, who previously saw lions as a threat, into true protectors. The Lion Guardians program trains Maasai people to become effective lion protectors, reducing conflicts with livestock by 40%. The Lion Guardians model is a successful example of combining the traditional knowledge of local communities with modern conservation methods. These Maasai not only protect lions, but also help raise awareness in their communities about the importance of conservation. In addition, more than 200 square miles of grasslands have been restored, ensuring enough food for prey. However, protecting lions and the entire savanna ecosystem requires even greater collective efforts. Every person can contribute meaningfully by raising awareness and supporting conservation organizations. Let us work together to protect the lion's roar, ensuring that it will continue to echo, powerful and proud, across the African plains. The lion's roar has been the pulse of Africa for 1,000,000 years, a sound of power, of majesty, of wildness itself. But now, a silence threatens to fall upon these plains. And for how much longer this ancient song will echo here depends not on the strength of the lion, but on the wisdom of humankind. Do not forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications to join us on new extraordinary adventures. A young hyena, an outsider, stands on the threshold of belonging to a new established clan. This is no mere induction, it is a trial by fire. Hyena clans have a rigid hierarchy. Joining a new one means starting at the very bottom. It will rise in rank only when another member dies or leaves the clan. The hyena is Africa's. Their territories overlap, and so too does their prey. Amidst the dry heat and the iron-rich red soil of Tsavo, a creature walks through time with a quiet resilience, the Somali ostrich. In a land that tests every heartbeat, its survival is a tribute to nature's most enduring design. This is not an easy place to live, but in that very harshness, each deliberate step of the Somali ostrich becomes a symbol of endurance, of adaptation, of silent strength. Unlike its more familiar cousin, the Somali ostrich has no white ring around its neck. Instead, it displays a striking blue. The brilliant color of its neck and thighs becomes even brighter in the males during the breeding season. That shimmering turquoise skin is more than adornment. It attracts a mate, yes, but it also reflects an ancient adaptation. A plume of white tail feathers distinguishes the male, replacing the black and white pattern of other ostrich subspecies. It is a subtle marker in a place where the smallest differences can mean survival. As tall as a man and often heavier, the Somali ostrich reaches a height of 7.9 feet and weighs up to 254 pounds. It cannot fly, and it does not hunt, but it runs with a speed that defies logic. At 43 miles per hour, it escapes danger with thunderous strides. On the Yatta Plateau, where the vegetation is sparse and the ground is open and harsh, the ostrich has an advantage. It can see danger from afar. A classic omnivore, the Somali ostrich eats what this land provides: leaves, roots, wildflowers, seeds. Succulent plants offer precious moisture when drought grips the plains. And when the green disappears, it does not hesitate to consume insects or small animals. Here, they are often seen alone or in pairs, especially during the breeding season or when scarcity forces a solitary existence. As the dry season wanes and the plateau's vegetation fades, they drift towards the Galana River. Not in great herds like the hoofed migrants, but in small, fluid movements guided not by spectacle, but by instinct. In this timeless land, even the ostrich knows that survival belongs not to the strongest, but to those who adapt with grace. Also blessed with long legs and a talent for stealth, the lesser kudu moves like a whisper through the thickets of Tsavo. Its reddish-brown coat is etched with vertical white stripes, markings that do more than just blend into the shadows. They seem to breathe with them. This is one of Africa's most elusive antelopes, a creature sculpted by silence, defined by stillness. Each kudu bears between 11 and 14 ghostly stripes along its flanks. A camouflage so precise that even the sharpest predator's eye can be deceived. Its round, oversized ears are in constant rotation. They act as natural satellites, detecting even the faintest rustle of danger. But this antelope is not a herd animal. The males roam alone or in pairs. The females travel in a quiet sisterhood. It is a life of low profile, an evolutionary gamble that trades awareness for near invisibility. And yet, when danger strikes, the lesser kudu does not stand still. It explodes. With a single leap, it can clear over 30 feet in length and more than 6.5 feet in height. Primarily a browser, it feeds on leaves, fallen fruits, tender shoots, and herbs. It rarely drinks, drawing its moisture from its food. When the sun scorches the Yatta Plateau above 90 degrees Fahrenheit, the kudu retreats into the shade beneath the thorn trees. During prolonged droughts, some make subtle journeys to greener pockets along the Galana, but they never migrate in mass. Unlike many territorial animals, the lesser kudu avoids conflict. Males rarely fight, and only when the stakes are absolute. But even the most gentle of creatures is never far from danger. On the open plains and hidden clearings of Tsavo, the predators prowl. And for the lesser kudu, survival is a constant equation. One wrong step, and the shadows it blends with could become the jaws it cannot outrun. Where the lesser kudu threads its way through the thorny scrub to escape the relentless sun, a silent, dark form emerges. The Tsavo lion, an icon of raw power and instinctual survival. It is unlike any other lion in Africa. This predator has evolved not just to endure the brutal heat of Tsavo East, but to master it. The lion population in this land is smaller, only about 450 individuals, according to the latest data from 2024. That is just 1.88 lions per 38 square miles, a worrying decline from decades past. But what they lack in numbers, they make up for in mystery. The male Tsavo lion, often mistaken for a subadult, is maneless, or at most, sports a few rough tufts around its neck. Gone is the thick, regal mantle of the Serengeti. Here, evolution has stripped away vanity in favor of survival. In a land where daily temperatures soar above 91 degrees Fahrenheit, a mane is more of a burden than a badge. Shedding the mane may help these lions to thermoregulate more efficiently, an adaptation tailor-made for this semi-desert furnace. And yet, the lion of Tsavo is more than a biological anomaly. It is the heir to a chilling legend, a story born in blood. In the vast expanse of Tsavo East National Park lies the Dika Plains, a sun-bleached savanna stretched taut under the weight of a cloudless sky. Near the edge of the denser woodlands, this realm of cracked basalt and scattered thornbush opens like a scroll scorched by time. The Dika Plains are not just a landscape, they are a corridor, a living artery through which the herds pass in their rhythmic migrations. Its vegetation is sparse but purposeful. The thorn bushes and stunted trees offer just enough shade and cover for those who have adapted. And among the most unique residents of the plains stands one of Africa's most extraordinary antelopes, the gerenuk, the giraffe-necked gazelle. At first glance, it seems almost fragile. But every inch of its elongated form tells a story of evolutionary intelligence. With a neck that is an extra 12 to 16 inches long, the gerenuk unlocks a secret tier of nutrition, the leaves and shoots that lie beyond the reach of other gazelles. But the true magic is in its posture. With graceful precision, the gerenuk rears up on its hind legs, resting lightly against a bush. In this vertical dance, it reaches nearly 6.5 feet into the foliage, browsing where no other gazelle dares to go. In a world where bulk often dictates survival, the gerenuk has chosen a different path: height, elegance, and efficiency. Socially, it is just as unique. You will not find large, roaming herds here. The adult males are solitary, defending loose territories with scent marks during a brief rut. The females and their young form small, quiet groups of just 2 to 6 individuals, moving like whispers across the plains. The mothers are attentive. After giving birth, they groom the newborn meticulously, then hide it deep in the thorny scrub. There, for the first few weeks of life, the fawn waits in silence while the mother returns to nurse, in short, careful visits. In this harsh, sun-drenched environment, the gerenuk thrives not through strength or speed, but through adaptation and grace. It is a silent icon of endurance, a creature shaped by the land, refined by necessity, and quietly victorious in one of Africa's most demanding places. Across the wind-swept fields of the Dika Plains, the land vibrates with life. And while the arboreal gerenuk may catch the eye, it is not the only master of this sun-scorched kingdom. From the hazy shimmer of the heat, another icon emerges, smaller, faster, and no less tenacious. This is the Thompson's gazelle, affectionately known as the Tommy. Small in stature, but immense in stamina. The tommy is one of Africa's fastest land animals, capable of reaching speeds of up to 50 miles per hour. But unlike the cheetah, it has a secret advantage. It is not just speed, but precision. With breathtaking agility, it zigzags across the landscape, its hooves barely touching the ground as it pivots and swerves in an unpredictable dance. And then it leaps. With a sudden jolt, it springs into the air, legs stiff, back arched, body suspended in a perfect arc. This behavior, known as pronking or stotting, may seem theatrical, but science tells a different story. The leap is an encoded signal, a warning to others, a defiant display to a potential predator. I see you. I am strong. Do not waste your energy. Unlike the solitary sprint of the cheetah on the plains of Tsavo, another predator thrives not in isolation, but in a perfect, almost military unity: the African wild dog. Known as one of nature's most efficient hunters, this endangered carnivore is as striking in its form as it is in its function. Each individual wears a unique coat, patches of black, red, yellow, white, and brown, like paint splashed by a careless but brilliant artist. Their large, rounded ears sweep like radar dishes, constantly turning, listening. Together, they form a living network of awareness. Lean but powerful, with long legs and a deep chest, the wild dog is built not for the burst but for the long haul. Its power lies in the relentless pursuit. They are masters of the endurance hunt. Though they can sprint up to 37 miles per hour, their strength is in maintaining that pace over grueling distances. A single chase can last for miles. The dogs communicate with chirps, yelps, and glances, coordinating like a single, many-limbed organism. Their efficiency is unparalleled. With a success rate of 60 to 90%, the African wild dog is the most successful predator on the continent. Their targets include medium-sized antelopes or the young of larger species, whatever the pack can overwhelm. When a kill is made, the feeding is rapid. Every second is precious, for a lion or hyena is never far away. Within minutes, the bones are stripped clean. And then something extraordinary happens. Those left behind, the nursing mothers, the injured adults, or the pups too young to hunt, are fed by social regurgitation. This profound care extends into the very core of pack life. Only the alpha pair breeds, typically the strongest and most experienced members. After a 75-day gestation, the mother gives birth to up to 20 pups in a hidden den, often a reused aardvark burrow or an abandoned termite mound. And from that moment, the entire pack becomes their guardian. The non-breeding adults take on the roles of babysitter, hunter, protector. And yet, despite all this effort, life is fragile. Pup mortality remains high, often due to disease, starvation, or a predator that slips past the vigilant circle. As of 2024, the global population of adult African wild dogs is estimated at just 1,400 individuals, with a total population hovering around 6,600. In Kenya, remnants of hope remain. Key populations exist in Laikipia, Samburu, and the Greater Tsavo ecosystem. But in Tsavo East, once a thriving refuge, their numbers have dwindled. Amidst the dry red dust of the Dika Plains, a solitary figure strides across the earth. Not gliding through the air, nor slinking through the shadows, but walking with a deliberate grace. This is the secretary bird. A creature of contradictions. The legs of a crane, the head of a hawk, eyes like razors, and a hooked beak made for destruction. Unlike other raptors that dive from the sky, the secretary bird hunts on foot, covering up to 18 miles a day. Its legs, the longest of any bird of prey on Earth, are more than just stilts. They are weapons, A single stomp can deliver a force 5 times its own body weight. Enough to crush the skull of a venomous snake in an instant. And this is its domain. The secretary bird is one of the few natural predators of Africa's deadliest snakes, dispatching cobras and adders with surgical precision. But snakes are just one item on a varied menu that includes insects, rodents, lizards, tortoises, nestlings, and even freshwater crabs. Its strange name is said to derive from the black crest feathers behind its head, which resemble the quill pens that 19th century English clerks tucked behind their ears. But this bird is no desk-bound clerk. It is the sole surviving member of an ancient avian lineage, the family Sagittariidae. Across the vast expanse of the Deka, the secretary bird plays a vital ecological role, controlling the populations of snakes and rodents, maintaining a balance in the scorching dry season. This bird is so revered that it appears on the coats of arms of both South Africa and Sudan, a symbol of vigilance and power. And yet, it is under threat. According to the International Union for Conservation of Nature, the secretary bird is now listed as endangered. So, as its shadow cuts across the fiery plains, it carries more than a legacy of predation. It is a story of resilience. A rare creature whose very uniqueness has become its greatest strength and its only chance of survival. Across the arid wilderness of Savo East, a river cuts through the dust like a green artery of life, the Galana River. Stretching for nearly 242 miles, it meanders through the harsh terrain, the region's only perennial source of water. Here, in a land of extremes, where the rainfall barely touches 43 inches a year, and the temperature often soars above 86 degrees Fahrenheit. The Galana becomes more than a river, it is survival itself. A 2024 report by the International Fund for Animal Welfare revealed that during prolonged droughts, the number of large mammals congregating along this waterway skyrockets. Winding through the riverine thickets and across the soft, sun-baked mudflats, the water carries more than life. It carries danger. Etched in the mud, long, V-shaped tracks, the silent signatures of a predator unchanged since the time of the dinosaurs. The Nile crocodile. A living relic of evolution, it has stalked the Earth's waterways for over 200 million years. Its body is a design of near perfection, unaltered and unchallenged. The adult males often exceed 16 feet in length. The largest can surpass 20. At these dimensions, it is the largest freshwater reptile in Africa. Its skin is sheathed in armor-like scutes, bony plates beneath the skin that help deflect injuries and regulate body temperature under the unforgiving Sunday. But it is what lies within that is truly terrifying. A set of 64 to 68 conical teeth, made not for chewing but for clamping, holding, crushing. Its bite force reaches up to 4,946 pounds force, enough to shatter the heavy leg bone of a buffalo with ease. Beneath its heavy eyelids, a third, transparent eyelid, the nictitating membrane, acts as a built-in diving mask, keeping its vision sharp as it submerges and conceals itself. And that is how it hunts. No chase, no noise, no waste, only stillness. A ripple of movement, a moment's inattention from a thirsty antelope. If the prey is too large to swallow, the crocodile is unbothered. It uses its weight, its momentum, and its razor-sharp teeth to tear the animal apart, piece by gruesome piece. But behind the horror is purpose. The crocodile is no villain. It is a regulator, a keystone species. By controlling the populations of herbivores, it prevents overgrazing along the riverbanks, protecting the fragile vegetation and maintaining the ecosystem's balance. Data confirms that the Nile crocodile density peaks along the Galana during the dry season, when animals have no choice but to approach the water. It is in these quiet, ephemeral stretches of the river, where the air is hot and still, that evolution's most patient predator awaits. Moving to the rhythm of the antelope herds, the plains zebra makes its seasonal pilgrimage along the banks of the Galana River. Drawn by the promise of water in the midst of the prolonged dry season from June to October. A 2025 ecological survey revealed that zebras accounted for up to 34% of all large mammals seen within 2.5 miles of the river. Their bold black and white stripes shimmer under the sunday. Each pattern is as unique as a fingerprint. These stripes are more than just markings. They are tools of survival. They help the zebras to recognize one another, to confuse the vision of predators. And according to a 2024 study by Caro and colleagues, they even repel biting flies like horseflies and tsessebe, reducing the transmission of disease. When the fresh grass disappears during the dry months, the zebra switches to tougher fare. With a powerful jaw, wide incisors, and a hindgut fermentation system. They digest coarse grasses, bark, and leaves, grazing as both a grazer and a browser, bridging the ecological gap between antelope and elephant. Their society is structured around harems, a single stallion, a few mares, and their foals bound together by gentle grooming, by mutual trust. When running, the zebra can reach speeds of up to 40 miles per hour. They cannot outrun a cheetah in a straight sprint. But their zigzagging run makes it difficult for any predator to follow. In moments of danger, the adults form a defensive circle around the young. The young are cared for not just by their mothers, but by the entire herd, and the foals are born ready. A newborn zebra can stand within minutes and run within the first hour. A crucial skill in a world where predators never rest. In the first few days of life, the mother keeps her newborn isolated. This is not abandonment, but a ritual. It gives the foal time to memorize its mother's scent and stripe pattern, a visual and olfactory code that binds them for life. As the red sun sets and a blanket of dust covers the plains, the herds move forward, one step at a time across the cracked savanna. It is not only the slender antelopes that traverse the vast expanse of the Guiana, this land is also home to giants. Towering over the acacia trees, the African bush elephant makes its majestic presence known. Standing over 10 feet tall and weighing up to 13,000 pounds, these are the largest terrestrial mammals on Earth. A characteristic feature of the Tsavo elephants is their reddish hue. Stained by a mixture of mud and iron-rich laterite soil, they wear the land like a coat of armor. Their enormous, fan-shaped ears are nearly 6.5 feet wide, acting not only as sensitive sound collectors, but also as natural radiators. But it is their trunks that are truly astonishing, a muscular marvel comprising over 40,000 individual muscles. This tool of survival and expression can lift a fallen tree or pluck a single blade of grass, suck up 2 gallons of water, or offer a gentle caress. Their tusks, elongated incisors, are both tools and weapons. With them, they dig for water, strip bark, and fight during the rut. But it is these same tusks that are behind their long struggle for survival. The African bush elephant has endured decades of relentless poaching. According to the 2024 update of the IUCN Red List, the species is now listed as endangered. With only about 415,000 individuals remaining, a drastic decline from the numbers of just a century ago. And yet, there is hope. In Kenya, the numbers have stabilized thanks to conservation efforts led by the Kenya Wildlife Service. Sanctuaries like Tsavo East are now a refuge for approximately 13,000 to 14,000 elephants. At the heart of each herd is a matriarch, an older female who carries the memory of generations. She knows where the water once flowed, where danger once lurked, and guides her kin accordingly. This knowledge is not just instinct, it is intelligence. Elephants pass the mirror test, a rare sign of self-awareness found only in advanced cognitive beings like dolphins, chimpanzees, and humans. In Tsavo, survival requires movement. The seasons dictate their steps. During the dry months, the Guiana River becomes their lifeline. Each adult consumes up to 330 pounds of vegetation and 53 gallons of water per day. During prolonged droughts, they can travel for tens of miles, often under the cover of darkness. By the riverbank, the elephants drink, bathe and wallow in the mud, cooling their skin and repelling insects. Unlike many mammals, they can breed year-round. However, their reproduction is slow. A female carries her calf for nearly 22 months, the longest gestation of any land mammal. She gives birth to only a single calf, with several years between each birth. This slow pace makes the species particularly vulnerable to threats. But the calves learn quickly, nurtured not just by their mothers, but by the entire herd. When danger looms, the adults close ranks, forming a living wall of flesh and ivory to protect the young. Hidden amidst the tangled thickets and rugged volcanic ridges of Tsavo West National Park, a rare and resilient survivor moves silently through the shadows. This is the eastern black rhinoceros, a living relic on a precarious journey of survival. Within the protective boundaries of the Ngulia Rhino Sanctuary, this critically endangered subspecies is clinging to life. What sets the eastern black rhino apart from its southern cousin is its long, slender, backward curving horn, sometimes reaching up to 55 inches. Made of keratin, the same protein found in human fingernails, this horn is both a tool and a target. Its dark, wrinkled skin looks like a suit of ancient armor etched by time, textured by heat, and sculpted by a life lived among the arid plains and rocky highlands. Weighing up to 3,000 pounds, it is a formidable creature, yet rarely seen. Naturally solitary, it tends to avoid the spotlight. Its most distinctive feature, a pointed, prehensile upper lip, curls like a small hook, a perfect adaptation for the diet of a browser. Unlike the white rhino, a grazer of the open grasslands, the black rhino is a specialist. It deftly plucks tender leaves, shoots and twigs from thorny bushes and shrubs, consuming up to 66 pounds of vegetation a day. Despite its massive build, the eastern black rhino has poor eyesight, but it compensates with an acute sense of hearing and an exceptional sense of smell. Its cone-shaped ears rotate independently, picking up even the faintest footstep in the dry brush. In a place as harsh as Tsavo, a moment's inattention can mean the difference between life and death. To endure the relentless heat, mud becomes an ally. Wallowing is not just comfort, it is armor against parasites. Reproduction is slow. A female gives birth only once every 2 to 4 years after a 16-month gestation. A single newborn calf, weighing from 66 to 100 pounds, stays close to its mother for several years. It is this long, vulnerable childhood, coupled with the rhino's tragic history, that has made it the focus of intensive conservation. In the 1980s, only 3 individuals remained in this region. But by 2024, Kenya's eastern black rhino population has grown to about 1,040. In Nungulia, over 100 now roam, protected by 24/7 armed patrols, satellite monitoring, and electronic ear-tagging systems. And yet, the threat remains. The eastern black rhino is still listed as critically endangered by the IUCN, having lost up to 90% of its population in just 3 generations. But here, in Tsavo West, their silent presence offers more than just statistics. It offers hope, a quiet prayer whispered in the dust and the wind. Under the vast blue skies of East Africa, stretching from Tanzania to Mozambique, the eastern Miombo woodlands stand as a vibrant ancient world. More than just a forest, it is the heartbeat of the East African ecosystem, a complex yet harmonious network of life where diverse flora and fauna coexist. In northern Tanzania, the Ngorongoro crater is like a natural necklace, encircling a world teeming with life. This ancient caldera, formed over 2 million years ago, spans about 100 square miles and sustains an extraordinary abundance of wildlife. Towering cliffs over 2,000 feet high surround the crater, where the wind whispers over the lush grasslands, telling timeless tales of life. Seen from above, the Ngorongoro crater looks like a vast oil painting, with immense grasslands interspersed with sparse forests and sparkling lakes. At the heart of the crater is Lake Magadi, a freshwater oasis that glitters under the sun, attracting thousands of flamingos. The crater is home to over 25,000 large mammals, an astonishing density for such a confined space. Herds of wildebeest and zebra, numbering in the thousands, roam the green plains in search of food. Their movement is crucial to the ecosystem. Elsewhere in the crater, giant buffalo weighing up to 2,000 pounds graze in large groups, the guardians of the grasslands. The Ngorongoro crater is renowned for its extraordinary density of predators, hosting some of Africa's most formidable hunters. In the forests near the lake, leopards stealthily move through the branches, using their camouflage to ambush smaller prey. The crater also boasts the highest density of lions in the world, with about 60 to 70 lions living in this compact area. These apex predators patrol the grasslands, their sharp eyes fixed on the herds of wildebeest and zebra. The male lions, distinguished by their majestic dark manes, engage in fierce battles to protect their prides. However, lions are not the sole rulers of this domain. Spotted hyenas, with their iconic, eerie laughter, follow every hunt. The Ngorongoro crater, a vast caldera where low grasslands, acacia forests, and seasonal water bodies converge, is both a paradise of abundance and a battlefield of fierce competition. The lion, with its superior strength and ambush tactics, dominates the ecosystem as both a hunter and an opportunistic scavenger. Uniquely, the lions in the Ngorongoro crater expropriate up to 71% of the prey hunted by hyenas. A pride led by powerful, black-maned males can overwhelm even large clans of hyenas. In contrast, the hyena excels in endurance and strategy. They use endurance hunting techniques to exhaust their prey. However, even after a successful hunt, the hyena must defend its meal from the ever-present threat of lions. When challenged, hyenas employ defensive tactics, forming protective circles around their prize or the vulnerable members of the clan. Their strange calls summon reinforcements, while their characteristic laughter serves as both a communication tool and a psychological weapon. Despite their resilience, the crater remains the lion's territory. Lions are responsible for 60 to 70% of adult hyena mortality in this ecosystem. A lion's attack is swift and calculated, often targeting isolated or weakened hyenas. With precise tactics, the lion attacks vital points, quickly subduing its prey. The competitive dynamic between lions and hyenas extends beyond a simple struggle for dominance. It is a force that shapes the very structure of the Ngorongoro crater's ecosystem. However, an imbalance can occur. When the lion population grows too rapidly, the hyenas face increasing pressure. The interaction of these predators underscores the delicate balance of life within the crater. On the dry grasslands, hyenas stealthily follow the herds of plains, zebra and oryx, biding their time. When the opportunity arises, they strike with relentless precision, shattering the fragile peace of this arid wilderness. In the heart of Namibia, where the desert winds carry the heat of the arid plains and mingle with the faint scent of the grasslands, Etosha National Park emerges as a jewel of untamed wilderness. Spanning over 8,600 square miles, Etosha is not just a reserve, it is a microcosm of interconnected ecosystems. It is a land of striking contrasts, where desolation meets abundance, and every creature fights for survival. At the heart of the park is the Etosha Pan, a vast salt pan covering about 1,900 square miles. During the dry season, its surface turns a brilliant white, shimmering under the bright sun like a giant mirror. From July to September, during the peak of the dry season, the African savanna becomes an unforgiving landscape. This is nature's ultimate test, a crucible where life and death converge, and only the most audacious can survive. It is a harsh gateway to survival, to the lush paradise that lies beyond, a land shaped by the sacred balance of creation. The Mara River, a lush green artery in this arid land, covers a relatively modest area of 580 square miles. And yet, it is teeming with life. This region, one of the rainiest of the savanna, receives an annual rainfall of 30 to 50 inches. Its short, lush grasslands provide sustenance for grazers like wildebeest and zebra, while the taller grasslands shelter giants like the elephant. Each year during the Great Migration, over 1.5 million wildebeest, zebras, and other herbivores pass through this area in search of greener pastures. However, this journey is perilous. Over 250,000 animals perish, many succumbing to the treacherous waters of the Mara River. The Nile crocodile rules these waters with patience and precision. Its massive body, often hidden beneath the muddy surface, blends seamlessly with the surroundings. This predator can wait for hours, even days, for the perfect moment to strike. The Nile crocodile is a masterpiece of evolution. The largest recorded specimen was 19 feet long and weighed over 2,200 pounds. Unlike many other predators, it does not rely on agility. Its sheer size and strength have cemented its dominance. Its bite force is legendary, reaching up to 5,000 psi, capable of crushing bone in an instant. During the dry season, depleted water sources like ponds and shallow rivers become natural traps. Animals driven by thirst gather in these areas, unwittingly entering the crocodile's domain. Almost motionless, the crocodile remains submerged, its eyes and nostrils the only parts visible above the water. Despite its enormous size, it can strike with incredible speed, reaching up to 25 miles per hour in short bursts. As the midday sun beats down, most animals seek refuge from the heat. But the relentless thirst and the promise of the fertile plains on the other side of the Mara River draws the herds of zebra and wildebeest to the water's edge. The river crossings are chaotic and fraught with danger. According to the African Wildlife Conservation Commission, the success rate of the Nile crocodile during these crossings reaches up to 70%. When the moment comes, the water's surface explodes with violence. A crocodile, lying in wait, launches its attack. Its powerful jaws clamp down on the hind leg of a zebra, eliciting a piercing cry. Exhausted and helpless, the young zebra is subjected to the crocodile's infamous death roll. With a brutal twist of its body, the crocodile breaks the prey's bones and drags it beneath the surface. In seconds, life is extinguished. Even the Nile crocodile is not immune to the challenges of the dry season. As the rivers and lakes dry up, the crocodiles are sometimes forced to dig burrows in the earth to stay moist and wait for the rains to return. The migration is a brutal ordeal. The weak and the young, unable to withstand the current, are left behind, claimed by predators or the river itself. And yet, this is the cycle of nature, an eternal balance between life and death, as ruthless as it is necessary. Crossing the Mara River is more than a physical feat. It is a testament to the sacred instinct and courage etched into every creature. The sun sets slowly, painting the savanna in a fiery crimson twilight. The relentless heat of the day dissipates as the wind dies down, leaving the landscape in a serene silence. However, this fleeting tranquility conceals an underlying truth. The supreme law of the savanna remains unchanged. Survival depends on vigilance. The predators emerge from their hiding places, and every second becomes a fierce struggle for survival. From May to October, the Magadi lakes and their surrounding pans, once teeming with life, disappear under the unforgiving Sunday. The cracked, hardened earth stretches like a salt desert, with no apparent signs of life. Among the sparse, low bushes, groups of Thompson's gazelles gather. The young huddle close to their mothers for safety, while the adults stand guard, their ears listening for any sound. The long and exhausting migratory journey of the day has left the herds depleted, but the darkness brings no respite. The arid savanna, where life and death intertwine in an eternal cycle, is dominated by the lion, a majestic symbol of adaptation and resilience. These creatures are the embodiment of the sacred order of creation. Their power and dominance reflect the intricate balance of nature. An adult male lion, with its muscular body and flowing mane, is a majestic sight. Up to 4 feet tall and from 8 to 11 feet long. It can weigh from 330 to 550 pounds. The lionesses are smaller but no less formidable. The primary hunters of the pride, about 3 feet tall and weighing from 220 to 330 pounds. The physical strength of a lion is unparalleled. Its powerful muscles allow it to take down prey 3 to 4 times its own weight. With an attack force of up to 1,000 pounds force, a single blow can paralyze large prey. However, it is the male lion's mane that signifies its true majesty. The mane, often thick and dark, is more than a visual spectacle. It is a crown of dominance, courage, and masculinity, a silent declaration of authority. The Bible calls the lion the mightiest of animals, a creature that turns away for no one, a fitting testament to its divine design. However, the dry season challenges even the mightiest. The scorching sun and the scarcity of food strip the savanna of its abundance. The once pristine manes of the lions become rough and faded, and yet their role as protective shields remains crucial. The prey migrates long distances in search of water, forcing the lion prides to travel 5 to 12 miles a day in pursuit of food. Distance is not the only challenge a lion faces during a hunt. Each pursuit becomes more difficult and dangerous. Lions are master tacticians, often using ambushes and coordinated group efforts to catch their prey. Once a zebra or wildebeest is surrounded, the male lions move in for the final blow, leveraging their immense strength and powerful jaws. Capable of generating a bite force of up to 650 psi, a lion can kill large prey in a matter of seconds. Although not as adept at climbing as leopards, lions can scale large trees when necessary, whether to escape the heat, scout for prey, or simply to rest. Every aspect of a lion's anatomy reflects its role as a dominant predator. Its night vision far surpasses that of a human, with eyes 6 times more sensitive to light, allowing it to detect even the slightest movement in the dark. During this time, each member of the pride assumes a distinct role in a meticulously planned strategy.